When my roommate comes into the room looking for his car keys, I don't say it yet. And when he gets me off the couch to check underneath the couch cushions, I don't say it yet. Nah. And then when he says out loud, I wonder where my car keys are, I still don't say it. But then he asks me, do you know where my car keys are? I look at him in his face, and I say, have you checked your front doors? Yeah. I've seen your keys, but since you're asking me, I'm not serious, I'm wrong, because I'm a type of big blown business. But the funniest thing to say to someone who's lost their shit and is stressed out miserably, when I see the best man start to sweat, I don't say it yet. When I see that little ring bearer getting yelled at by his mom, oh, I still don't say it. When I see the groom asking the finger if they can wait just another 15 minutes, do not say it. And when the father of the bride starts organising the each one of the courtyard area, I want to, but I do not say it. It's the 11th hour, no one gets uncomfortable. The finger approaches the line, and suddenly all of the traffic goes mute. He says that they've misplaced the rooms, but anyone possibly know where they are? I'm going to my car in the morning to tell them as I stand saying, finger, have you checked your finance? Yeah. I've seen your ring, but have you checked your ring? I've been nothing but your love is face. You understand that if you ask me where you can find the literally anything lost before, I'm gonna suggest that it's all your fault. Where's my car? Is it broken? I lost my wallet. I'm losing my patience. Your hand upstairs, your car. You suck up your heart. I just lost my friend. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Capable of not saying she's up my asshole? Of course. My God. I'm not looking for a silly joke right now. What are you looking for? Honestly, just like a shoulder to. Have you checked your finance? Yeah. Maybe you'll write your kids' grandmother lives in and got you funny love. This might be the reason that I've got no close friends. example, if he said size head, if she says she literally can, she's using that cover. It ain't cheesy. I'd like to fight you the way. Do you want to get stabbed? Hello, sunshine. It ain't me weird. Alright, let's go. Going to die. Exposure, not gonna pay you. So you say it is you. I'm gonna take my shoes. You wanna see some improv? I'm a bit quirky. I have a pen. We go sexual. Yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah. All Australian, highly contextual. I wouldn't say I'm bad at sex. I'd just say I'm yet to reach my potential. I won't say this doesn't make sense. I'll just say my art can be tangential. You can be anything you wanna be. As long as you mean what you say, but never say what you mean.
smooth Australian sounds of Tom Cardy. What a guy. Boy. Fucking guy. I like Tom Cardy a lot. He's very good. He's a very good musical comedian. You like your Tenacious D's and you like your Concords and you know. You'll probably like him. He's got loads of songs. And Rebecca found out about him a few weeks ago. And now it's all it ever plays when you get into their car. I'm literally sanding the little bobbly bits off this piece I did yesterday. So I picked it up and I went, oh my god, it's very bobbly. Should have really sanded these bobbles off before I assembled it. Like, I should have sanded them off every piece. But I went, oh, it'll be fine. And then I'm looking at it now going, oh, I can notice them. I can see them. And, you know, there's like, look. So on this, right, round these circly bits, there's bobbles there, which I just, oh shit, Ron actually, I literally just, okay. The way I normally introduce people raiding is by just saying the word cunt, because that sets the tone appropriately. Don't like it, you'll leave. So, thank you. I'm making a train. Well, I've made a train. I've already made the train. I'm making the rest of the thing. Oh, there's a more. Move this way. Sorry, can I just say, right? I've been putting up all my Eagle Moss ships in like a nice display. These, right? The Eagle Moss are out of business now, right? They went bankrupt. These fantastic little figures, absolutely wonderful, right? This is the Miranda class. It's the Reliant. Wow. Wonderful model. Like every single ship model they ever did is absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful, right? These were like a tenner each. Fantastic. Main sources were basically always metal, and these bits are like plastic, and that's translucent. Absolutely fantastic, right? These are the best models of any little ships I've ever gotten in my life, right? The stands are the worst thing ever made by humankind. Like, oh, all the money went into these, not these. These are shit. These are shit. Notable by the fact it's broken. And that bit broke off earlier because this fucker, even when those two bits were in, would sit like that, and it would get nudged slightly. It just fall out. It just fall out, man. Like I put a bit of tape on that to try and hold it on, and it just broke off. So it's just a big stinky. Hi there, Peter. They're big and stinky. These stands. I'm probably gonna get some white tack, like white tack putty, and just for some of these ships, because some of them holding great. You know what? I'm gonna get Let me get a few. Let me get a few from the shelf. A very intricate shelf. Where's my boy? Where's my boy? Oh, there's my boy. Oh, there's my boy. There's my boy. There's my boy. Where's my other boy? Oh, you know what? We'll take that. Hang on. Let's bring 3 boys. I've got 3 boys, everyone. Okay. 3 boys, right? 3 boys. Boy number 1. We have Odyssey class Enterprise F, which for some reason on this model, I don't know why, but these like struts on the side are white, like they're unpainted. I don't know why. I don't know if that's an error, because on the actual Odyssey class, they're not accented, so I don't know if that's a painting error or what. But I'm a big fan of the Odyssey class with its weird little 2-neck structure thing. Big fan of the Odyssey class. Lovely ship. This is a Star Trek Online ship that is now officially canonized because you've almost started doing loads of Star Trek Online ships and like sort of beta can stuff. Notably, the Odyssey class, this little thing at the back, this little like slot, that's where a ship goes. Like a dedicated support ship docks into the Odyssey class, and it's its own ship, which is neat. That stand, right? This stand's grand. right? Oh, look at that. That's in there, nice and firm, right? The way this attaches, look at these nice long things. Oh, it slides right in there, right over those nacelle pylons. That is in there securely. I can comfortably pick that up and say that, move it around, but that is in there reasonably securely, right? Let's look at a shuttlecraft. Here is the base for the shuttlecraft. They're smaller. Here is the shuttlecraft. Wow, it's the NX-01 shuttlecraft. Wow, it's actually quite a sizable little thing. Let's look at the stand, shall we? I don't know why. The shuttlecrafts, all of them, I've got 5 shuttlecraft. All of them are they just come with these little fucking tables. And they just sit on the table. Which, first of all, that. Oh, sometimes it clicks in, sometimes it doesn't. First of all. Second of all, these shuttles, right, most of them are flat on the bottom. Most of them are flat on the bottom. Now, as I know about these shuttles, these came in a set. So these shuttles were cheaper than these main ships. You would get like 4 shuttles in a set. And I think the set was like £30. Whereas, yeah, these were about a tenner each. And the set of these was like 30 for 4. So they were a bit cheaper. And they're really nice models. But it sits on the shelf. And if I go and grab another boy. You. Okay, now this is I think, it's my least favorite shuttlecraft ever, right? The fucking Aldrin shuttle from fucking, the early fucking TNG shuttle. This ugly little cunt. This ugly, stubby, fucking, boxy cunt. I hate this shuttle, right? You know, look at the bottom, it's not flat. It's got a fucking divot. So when you put it on the fucking thing, when you put it on the fucking thing, it can't sit flush. So it just, it sits at an angle, and it's awful. Fantastic model. Awful stuff. Honest to God, if Eaglemoss, right, when they were selling these, if they sold like a premium stand with each of them, like there's a, you know, because I subscribed to these when they originally came out. So I was getting the issues. They were magazines, and they, you know, you get a magazine. The magazine would be all the information about the ship, both how it was designed in universe and by like the actual designers. It would show you all the sketches that the actual artists were doing. It's really, really interesting, and like the sort of logic, they sort of put it, and it was really interesting. And I say it was about 10, 12 quid. I would pay, if they were like, hello, pay £15 a month instead of £12 a month, and you get the premium stand. I would have fucking paid that extra 3 quid. Double side tape. Thing is, right, I don't want to tape these down because I don't want to damage the paintwork on them. It's a bit less problematic with these, but I don't want to damage the paintwork on them. It's just ridiculous. A lot of these, right, the one I will. So, okay, my final boy, that one shows one of my favorite ships here. This is a special edition one because they did like 3 or 4 sizes. But half the time, right, the way I pick these up, they're on the stands. The way I would just traditionally pick them up is always, regardless of if it's like clamped in or not, I would grab this, and then also grab the stand underneath it and pick it up like that. But you just touch it and it falls apart. I've been putting him in a display, and it's so frustrating because you like nudge one slightly and it falls off, and it creates this chain reaction. They all just fucking fall off in a fucking like clumpy order. But my favorite boy. So these are normal size. They did XL size, but then they did this medium special edition size, which is like not quite as big as XL, but not this size. My favorite boy, an X01 refit. Oh, the season 5 of Enterprise we never had. My baby. My baby. Oh, she's my baby. Oh, look at her. Oh, isn't she pretty? Oh, it's the NX-01, which they went, oh, we've added a secondary hull to it, and we've moved this bit down. We've made it shinier. We've changed the paintwork, and we've changed the nacelles to be covered to, like the original Enterprise. Stunning. Why do all these ships look the same? And they're all based on the same. They're all based on the same rules. Now you'll notice, you can see there's a bit of blue there. Come on, focus, camera. I left autofocus on because I was like, oh, I'll play with it this time. And it's still being a cunt, so I'll just... I will just use manual focus then. Like a fucking... Oh, it's focused just as I fucking think. Well, so you can see I've glued this in. Because the thing is, I don't want to glue this ship down, but like I'm happy to glue the stand to the fucking base. Which I will probably do for this. Like that is the thing. Because like it's only a problem for storage. It's just I'm gonna do this now. Where is it? Where's the glue? There's the glue. Wait, did someone say the Orville? Did someone say the Orville? Did somebody mention? Did someone mention the Orville? Oh, it's the Orville! It's the boy! It's the boy. It's a bit weird because obviously this is a different license, so like these ones don't have any copyright markings on. But for some reason, Fox were like, no, you've got to put copyright on. You've got to put copyright 20th Century Fox on the bottom of it. So it just has a 20th Century Fox copyright on it. Not the Orville. Actually. Not only. I have a lot of Star Trek ships. Not only do I have that Orville, I also have this Orville! Big boy! It doesn't look painted. Oh, it is. This is the colour of the Orville. Beige colour. This is the normal size. And this is the XL. These normal ones are about 10er. These XL ones were like 30, 25. The exact same. It's the exact same model. Like, it is no more detailed. It is just bigger. And beautiful. Now, all of these, by the way, these core bits are metal. This top bit's metal. This entire structure here, oh, this is all one metal piece here. And then basically this secondary bit is plastic. Like, ooh. Like that. That's plastic. But you can see, by the way, this is the size difference, right? You have this normal size chip. That's the special edition size, and then that's the XL, which is bigger. I know they don't look much different, but they are bigger. Almost now. Yeah, but these are great models, fantastic models. You can still get a lot of these on eBay. If you look, I bought some of these on eBay recently-ish. Like, I bought this on eBay. There was a few I was missing, and this was one of them. And I had to have this. I mean, I fucking love this Enterprise. Oh, I love the Series 5 NX-01 refit that we never got. Isn't she beautiful? Isn't she beautiful? Isn't she? Something I need to actually get, which I have, because I never had any. I didn't previously buy any of the shuttles. I got them recently. When Eagle Moss went out of business, I kind of panic bought a bunch of stuff. I don't have an Orville shuttle. I'm a bit annoyed about it because the Orville shuttles, I do not like the look of the Orville shuttles. But the most recent season of the Orville, they've changed the shuttle look, and I really like the new shuttles. But obviously, Eagle Moss don't exist anymore. We won't get those shuttles. Although the designer of all of these ships, he still desperately wants to make them and is trying to look for someone else to make them with him. And there's a big market for them, so Eagle Moss just failed. But I would like to get the Orville shuttle just to go with the Orville, because I got a shuttle from every Enterprise just to go with them. Just because I thought it'd be a nice little set, you know. I fucking love this Enterprise. I like how shiny it is. I like how shiny it is. Right, I'm gonna grab a few more. I'll grab two. I'm gonna grab. Oh, which one we're gonna grab? I'm gonna grab. Thank you. Well, this shit. I get distracted because I will show these off forever. First of all, this is the actual NX-01 shuttle. It's the actual NX-01, the original one. You can see even like, obviously the size is different, these two models, but you can see the color difference with the refit. The refit, they completely changed the paint job, they made it more shiny, they got rid of the greebling. Doesn't have as much greebling. They've gotten more red onto it. I mean, the cells got these covered sort of quartz on. side, they've got the sort of original Enterprise paint job sort of there. They've got these orange Bussard collectors with the fucking pointy bits. Oh, and they've just moved this bit down. Do they have a shuttle bay? I don't actually know if they added a proper shuttle bay to the refit. I don't know if that's like meant to be a proper shuttle bay because the NX-01 didn't have a shuttle bay per se. Actually, must have, because in the original NX-01, you see these little four, they're shuttle pods. The shuttles like come out the bottom. It'd be like the shuttle would be in there, and it'd be like, psh, and it'd come back, and it'd be like grabbed it by an arm. And there was 4 of them. They've covered it up on the refit, so they must have added a shuttle bay. Not the shuttle bay. Oh no, we never got it on. £124 for the XL Oval on eBay. Oh right, so the second Eagle Moss announced to be going out of business, I went fuck, and I went on eBay and I bought as many as I could because there was loads of places just selling them at RRP on eBay. And the second they went to administration, I immediately spent loads of money. And I would have happily waited for a lot of them, but I knew for a fact they were going to suddenly be inflated in price, and I'm glad I fucking bought them. Because I got all of these ships for, like, the actual RRP. Even the ones I bought on eBay, I got for RRP. I was going to say which stands which. They do say underneath them what ship is what. Here. I also... Oh! I have 2 XL ships. The Orville's one of them, and the other is my boy that I like a lot. This is the fucking Strange New Worlds original Enterprise. So this is the original Enterprise, but they've modernized it. I love the Strange New World Enterprise. I think it's beautiful. I think it's beautiful. Do I have the Enterprise J? I have every single Enterprise. All of them. Every single Enterprise. I don't have the TNG finale, you know, the refit Enterprise with 3 nacelles on. I don't have that, and the reason I don't have that is you got that. That was a pre-order bonus. Like when this first came out, if you subscribed before it came out, you got it as like a bonus thing. I got that, and I don't really like that ship very much. But Daniel, that's his favorite. That's one of his favorite ships. He fucking loves that ship. And I gave that to him as a gift years after I got it. And he went, "Oh my god, what's this?" And I went, "It's an Eagle Moss model, Daniel." And here we are. He's bought 60 billion. So, I fucking love it. Something I quite like, the original Enterprise had straight nacelle pylons. And then the Enterprise A, or I guess the Enterprise refit, they angled them back. And when they did this model originally, I say the show, Strange New Worlds, they originally made these straight. And, because they should be, I think, straight. But they angled them back. The designers also angled back to see how they look, and I think the angling back does look better. I think it looks nicer with them angled like that. However, I wish they'd have made them straight. Just for, I don't know, just for a slight more, not accuracy necessarily, but, you know, just slight more feel. But you know what's interesting? I was going to say, you know what's interesting? I find it interesting. If you look at the background of shots on, like, the bridge of the Strange New Worlds Enterprise, where you see like displays of the ship, which wasn't LCARS in this era. I can't remember what the name was in the original Enterprise era. It wasn't LCARS. But the actual little 2D version of the ship that you see has straight nacelle pylons because they changed the design quite late into production. Fun fact. I know I've been very subtle about it, but I am a massive Star Trek nerd. Fucking love me. Also, the other one I brought over is oh, look at it! Look who it is! Can anyone guess what this ship is? Can anyone guess what that ship is? Who is it? You know that is password off by 17346732147 Charlie 327897777643 Tango 732 Vic 73117887324776789764376. Lock. You know, like sometimes I don't generally fit into the nerd stereotype very often, but I'm aware this entire thing, what I'm doing now with all the electronics and all Star Trek chips, is just aggressively stereotypical nerd. So this is the Aero Shuttle. This is the Aero Shuttle from the USS Voyager, which we never saw on screen! A lot of ships have captain's yachts. Which, admittedly, none of the ships I've just brought over have a captain's yacht. basically on the underside of like the main saucer section. And like the Enterprise D has one. They would have like this detachable shuttlecraft. And Voyager had one, and they were intending to use it instead of the Delta Flyer. And they made it like this, specifically so they could reuse the runabout set from Deep Space Nine. They've made, looks like a runabout on the front, specifically so they could just reuse the set from the runabout. But they ended up not using it, sadly. They used the Delta Flyer instead. But, Aero Shuttle. Yeah, Captain's Yacht. But this wasn't called the Captain's Yacht. This was the Aero Shuttle. This was its own thing. Voyager had the Aero Shuttle, not a Captain's Yacht. Captain's Yacht was used in the Enterprise E, though, in Star Trek. Oh, also, I have the first Enterprise. When I say first Enterprise, I don't mean this piddly called. This is a futuristic Enterprise. No. I mean the first Enterprise. XCV-330 USS Enterprise. Look at those fucking warp nacelles. I guess that nacelle? Warp rings. Oh boy. Oh boy. You see this in like the background of show? It's in if you watch Star Trek 1, like the movie, they show like they have the 5 pictures. This is one of the 5 pictures. Like they have the aircraft carrier. They have the like the USS Enterprise, the ship, like the sailing wooden ship. And they have the USS Enterprise, the aircraft carrier. Then the USS Enterprise, the space shuttle, and then this, and then the the USS Enterprise we all know. But I like this boy, big boy. Because warp technology in Star Trek is based on the idea of making a warp field. And modern current ideas about how you would, in theory, make a warp field do involve a ring. And Vulcan ships in Star Trek still use this ring technology. If you ever see a Vulcan ship, it'll probably have a big ring around it because that's how they use warp. Project if they use a warp nacelle, usually 2, but these make a warp field around them. This is a big warp field. I like that. Oh, I'm wearing this is a big bracelet. I'm wearing a big bracelet. Wow. I like this ship a lot. Again, this was a special edition ship. This notably wasn't an XL ship. Oh, use it as a weird gun. This wasn't an XL. This was a special edition, even though it is huge. It's bigger than this. It's bigger than that. It's just obviously its physical mass is lower because its internal thing is just this weird little thin pencil bit, and then there's these rings. So it's like physically very large, but material-wise a lot smaller. I just very much enjoy. I was gonna say I can pass the little oval through it, but I can pass the little oval through the fucking big ovals. The cells. Wow. If you're not into Star Trek, I sound like an absolute fucking madman. I'm just like, oh, it's fake technology! Wow! Something I quite like about Star Trek is technobabble is surprisingly based on a lot of real shit. When a lot of characters in Star Trek are talking about something, they are usually, like, it's not that far off real-world understandings, necessarily. Which I like and respect. Those back over there. You're from the Orville. They did, actually, so Eagle Moss, they, because everything Eagle Moss made I didn't think was very good. They made loads of stuff over here, loads of figurines and stuff. But when they started making these were fantastic, right? These were really good quality. So they started trying to branch to other stuff. So they branched the Orville. The other thing they branched to, just before they went bankrupt, where is it? Hang on. Where the fuck, Matt? Where the fuck? Matt? Where the fuck? Oh, it's right in front of me. Fucking idiot. Absolute shit. So they were like, oh, we should do other properties of this. And stand for it, the property they went with, which I was really excited by because, you know, Fallout 4 was the property they went with. This is a Fallout 4 vertibird. Beautiful model. Absolutely beautiful model. Not articulate or anything. It's not a playset. It's a model. But it is absolutely lovely. Lovely model. And it's got the same sort of price scale as those other ones. They did this, and they did the Pridwin, the airship. And they were going to do more, and I was really excited because I'm like, oh, Fallout vehicles, fucking A, mate. And then they just did this, and that was it. Yeah, and they went bankrupt. We're all sad. Few people keep me Eagle Moss in business. I don't think I was one of them. See, I don't really care about the Pridwin. I didn't really. I wanted, right? So Fallout's got so many little vehicles that I've always wanted. Like the trains in Fallout 4. I've always wanted those little trains. Yeah, actually, one of the things I oh my god, I completely lost my train of thought. Okay. Oh no, yeah. One of the things that I found out Eagle Moss made, like, they stopped doing the issues by the time the Star Trek ones came around, and I was really annoyed. Because the nice thing about them being issue-based, was why I quite like getting them early on, is because every, like, month, you would just get a different ship. £10 a month, you get just a ship. And they were kind of random. Like, the first few months, they were trying to go with the fan favorites. Like, the Enterprise D was in the first few months, stuff like that. But they kind of tried to space it out a bit. And as they got further and further along, until, like, the triple digits of issues, they were clearly running out of ships. So what ended up happening is you start getting really intricate, very detailed models of, like, if you ever watched Star Trek, Star Trek's very sort of famous for what's known as a kit bash. Do I have a kit bash? No. No. I got a kit bash in spirit. A kit bash, basically, they go and buy an off-the-shelf, literal, like, model building kit for, like, the Enterprise, right? Like, the show, like, the art department of Star Trek The Next Generation would go and buy an off-the-shelf model kit for the USS Enterprise D. They take all the bits, and they just kind of, they take the hull, and they take the nacelles, and they go, right, and they take the nacelles, they glue them here, or they do them in different configurations to make it look like different ships, and they would just put them in the background of shots. It wasn't CG era. So there's some, like, bits where, like, you know, there's a single episode of TNG where, like, it gets to, like, a battle. And there's just loads of ship. It's like a ship graveyard. So there's, like, just a tiny, like, a few pixels in the background of just a ship floating. But it's just a kit bash, right? That they've just made. I mean, Tony Streams has made a point. One of the ships, they've got two, like, what are called mission pods on the top. They're literally just highlighters that they've painted grey. Like, you know, the standard, like, yellow highlighters that you buy from fucking Staples. You know, like, it's literally those painted grey and glued on it. Like, and they're like, oh, they're mission pods. But you were supposed to see it for, like, a couple of seconds in the deep background out of focus. And it's, like, 3 pixels. But I really like these because they were like, we'll do an issue on that ship. And they had to come up with a logic for it and then make a really detailed version of a model. And I loved that. I thought that was really fun. And also, Eagle Moss, as a note, if you watch Star Trek Picard, the most recent series, a lot of the models in that, because they started bringing old ships in, a lot of the 3D models from that were either ported directly from Star Trek Online or were these. A lot of the 3D models that Eagle Moss made were then taken and used in Star Trek Picard. So Star Trek Online and these are the reason we have a lot of the ship models that we do in Star Trek Picard. Like, I'm annoyed they've died. But a kit bash, I would say, this is Enterprise. This is one from Enterprise, which isn't a kit bash because Enterprise was CG. There was no physical Enterprise model. But the way it's been designed is exactly like a kit bash would be. So this, I love this little piddly thing, right? Because if this was a kit bash, they've basically just taken, we've taken the saucer of the NX-01, we've cut it in half. And then we've just sort of glued some fins from like an aircraft to it. And then just moved the nacelles. But it's the same thing. That's how you get many variations of ships which look like clearly like the same ship. I love that. I like this stubby cunt. I saw this one of the things I bought recently on eBay. I look at it. Look at this stubby little cunt. Aw, isn't he nice? Well, it's not a very detailed model, notably. Out of all the models from Eagle Moss, it's probably one of the lowest detail ones. Mostly plastic. Even look at the deflector dish. The deflector dish doesn't have any detail in it at all. Alas, I like that. I don't have any kit bash ones, but I wanted to get a bunch. And I might still. But at my Star Trek sidelines for 43 minutes. I'm gonna have a mince pie. I've not had dinner. But I'm gonna have a mince pie. Wow, look. They are not sponsored. Not sponsored. Sainsbury's. Free from vegan mini mince pies. Wow. These are fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. If you want good vegan mince pies, these are the ones you fucking go for. Hooey! Mince pies. Oh, mince pies and chestnuts. Those two things I'm. Mmm. 117 calories a pie, which is quite a lot. But oh boy, they're good. They're really good. Oh, so good. Right. Let's put the jazz on. Jazz, begin. Jazz, begin. Oh, very quiet. Okay. Oh shit, meerkat. There's no such thing as gluten-free ice cream. Is that 9 pies? Yeah, it's just. Yeah, 4 and 9. I mean, if I ever see mini mince pies, packed see 9. Greg's are doing mince pies for Christmas, and they're vegan. Greg's mince pies are vegan. Greg's is standard, just ring simple donuts are vegan as well, which I appreciate. Which is right. Krispy Kreme. I like Krispy Kreme's vegan donuts. They're very good. However, Krispy Kreme went, we're going to make our normal non-vegan ring donuts that are just, a donut with sugar on. And we're going to make a vegan version of that. They are identical in how they taste. And what Greg's did is they went, we'll just make the default one vegan. There's no point in having 2 separate ones. Might as well just make, they're exactly the same. Fuck it. It's just vegan. Fine. So if you go into Greg's and you buy a ring donut, it's vegan. Krispy Kreme, now you have to specify it, and most places don't carry it. If you go into most little Krispy Kremes, they won't have the vegan ones. I'm like, why make 2? Why make 2 separate ones? Just make one for everyone. I like Greg's. Greg's doing good work. I want to try the Greg's vegan mince pies, but frankly, those Sainsbury's ones are fucking cracking. I don't need. Oh, there's the Enterprise DLC. Which again, in the Star Trek Picard Season 3 trailer, because Star Trek Picard, to be clear, is a shit show. Like, it's a shit show, and also it's a show that is shit. I hate Star Trek Picard. Star Trek Picard Season 1, I hated. Star Trek Picard Season 2, I hated. Both terrible. I hated them. But 3, the trailer for 3 was like, here's all the characters you like. Wow, look, it's the Enterprise F, and there's this fucking shot of it, like, going, like, across the fucking screen, the Enterprise F. The Odyssey, first time it's been properly canonized. That's getting loud. This song is called Money Laundering. Let's skip to not money laundering. Nostalgia. It is nostalgia bait, but I'm just happy they've properly canonized the Enterprise F, the Odyssey class, because this is fan designed. Every other Enterprise is done by like sort of Doug Drexler or there's a lot of Star Trek old hat designers. But the Enterprise F was designed for Star Trek Online specifically. And Star Trek Online ran a competition for someone to design the next Enterprise for Star Trek Online, which is kind of a non-canon thing. And this design got picked, and then the designers, the developers tweaked it a bit into this, the Odyssey class. And then I just really like that. As much as I don't like Star Trek Picard, I appreciate that they're canonizing a lot of the Star Trek Online ships, a lot of them that are fan-made. Which I like a lot. I appreciate that, if nothing else, even though it's a shit show. I appreciate it, if nothing else. I'm sad that they've got the Titan A in Picard season 3. They're like, oh look, they're aboard the Titan A, and I'm like, I want to see the normal. I want to see the original Titan. Damn it! I want to see the not A Titan. The Titan A, which, to be clear, in Star Trek Picard is a Neo-Constitution class, as in that is literally built to the same spec as the original Constitution, like the Kirk's movie Enterprise, the Enterprise A, Constitution refit. Just that. They've just taken bits of that, put it in a slightly different configuration, given it modern hardware. And that is canonically what the ship is. It's a Neo-Constitution class. Which I'm like, what? Come on, man. Give me the fucking Titan. The actual Titan, the unique look. Which we did get canonized in Lower Decks, to be clear, but, They pay the original designer. I do not know the specifics of it. I don't know the specifics. Is J canon? I mean, yeah, the J was shown off in it's from an episode of Enterprise. I'm gonna mute my mic and pull my nose briefly. I did it. Yeah, it was in an episode of Enterprise. I don't know, part of the Temporal Cold War. That's in canon, sort of. Alternate universe, alternate future canon, which is kind of half not canon. It's canon, but it's not like, it's not with this camera into position. Right. Right, Ashton's cam. This camera is much narrower field of view than I remember setting it to. I'm worried it's reset its field of view to not be 90, because that is... Oh no, that is about 90. Yeah, alright. Was it an Enterprise? Looks too modern for Enterprise. No, yeah, it was an Enterprise. If you don't watch Enterprise, a lot of the story of Enterprise was about the temporal Cold War. So Jonathan Archer in the 2150s is interacting with a time traveler from like the 20s, and they take Jonathan Archer into the future where there's like a big battle going on, and he's on the Enterprise J, the what is it called? The Universe class Enterprise J. And you see some ships in the background fighting. No, it's a bit weird in the background. You see an Akira class. I'm like, why? It's supposed to be like the 2700, 2800. It's pre-Discovery going into the future. Like, Discovery's in like the... If Discovery wanted to canonize the Enterprise J, they could, because the Enterprise J in that timeline is before where they are currently. But Discovery's a piece of shit. So. But they could. Oh. Alright. Okay. Back to this. Wow, look. This is what we did yesterday. Wow. I don't really know how to finish this yesterday. I have to do a little more thinking about wanting to finish it. Look how nice that looks. That looks so nice. Wow. Put it over there. Where were we up to yesterday? It looks very cute. It's going to be very cute when it's actually done. Cali class. I do not have a Cali class. And there's two reasons I don't have a Cali class. Something that's slightly annoying about Eagle Moss is when they started doing specific Discovery and Lower Decks episode ships, they started doing all of them in the special size. Like that size. They started doing all of them in that size rather than that size. And I like them being this size because it makes them quite affordable, and I like that they're all a similar size. They're not to scale with each other, to be clear. They're all just about this size. And I liked this size, but all the Discovery and Lower Decks ones were this size. So Daniel's got the Cali class. And it's a bit weird for the Lower Deck ships. They've shaded them to look like they're animated as well. So, for example, I've got a USS Titan over there. But it's like a Titan from... It's this style of Titan. Like, it's got this paint job on it. But Lower Decks also have a Titan. It's basically the same model, but it's a bigger, and it's got this sort of flat shading on it. Which looks very interesting and unique, but it doesn't fit in with anything else I've got, so I haven't bought them. I don't really... The Cali class is meant to look really dumpy and shit. It's supposed to look shit. It's meant to be a shit-looking kit bash thing in the background. There's like an Excelsior, sort of a new style Excelsior class from... There's a bunch of ships from Lower Decks that aren't the Cali class that I desperately want models of, which we will never get unless Eagle Moss, the designer, comes back in some way, shape, or form. I follow him on Twitter. He's nice. So I think the amount of ads I got for these bookshelving sets over the last 2 weeks is unreal. I've had a lot of people getting ads. Someone on Twitter was like, "Oh, did you get an ad for them?" I'm like, "No, I just saw them in a shop." I saw them in a shop and I thought they looked nice and they were on sale. Well, I like shopping in person. I don't ever buy gifts for people online. I like shopping in person. I can see a thing. So if I haven't seen a thing, but no, it's really good. Right, E50, E49. Right. E50, E49, and E35. E50, yeah, 49. E35. Right. My shop suggestions for good gifts. Utility. Kenji, which used to be a Manchester-only shop, but is now also in Liverpool. But the Manchester shop's huge. The Manchester shop's bigger. That's in the Ondale Centre. Affleck's in Manchester is fucking great to find weird little things. I've got loads of stuff in there. Right. Right. I like shopping in person. I like looking at stuff in person. Again, the thing is, I have seen an ad, but I wouldn't have bought this from an ad online. Right. Was that meant to do that? Yes, it was meant to do that. Wonderful. That was just a bit that was still attached that shouldn't have been. Excellent. Came off weirdly easily. But yeah, the only reason I bought this because I saw it in person when that actually looks really good. And it was on sale. There's this little knob which needs to be that way up. That way up. These streams have served as more convincing ads than targeted ads. Genuinely. One of the reasons I don't like sponsorships as a thing, is because I feel like sort of me and Daniel and Rebecca, I think when we recommend something, you kind of know it's fully genuine. Because I don't think even if we were doing sponsorships, there'd be any suspicion of us like doing a secret ad or anything. But I think your sort of recommendation tends to mean a lot more if you don't do sponsorships. And every recommendation you're doing is inherently just well, I found this cool thing. I think he wants me to put the battery compartment in now. The battery lives. He stays. Mega diversion. I had an IT spent 200 on glasses. I don't understand why optometry. I've not switched that. By dentistry and optometry aren't covered on the NHS properly. In the UK, we obviously have universal healthcare. But if you have a dentistry problem, you're expected to see a private dentist. Now, private dentists can do NHS patients, and the NHS will kind of pay for their treatment. But it's a bit weird and inconsistent, and like, my mum she needs a root canal, but the wait to get a root canal through the dental hospital in Liverpool is like a year. And she needs the root canal done. It's like, well, either you wait a year in excruciating pain, or you pay £800 to get it done privately. Like, what the fuck? And optometry as well. Optometry, again, is something that can be partially covered by the NHS or whatever. But like, you know, if you have an eye, I always get frustrated because, like, if you go to your GP, your doctor, right? If you have a problem with your nose and sinuses, that's a problem for your GP. If you have a problem with your eyes, that's a problem for an optometrist. If you have a problem with your mouth, it's a problem for a dentist. When I had COVID, I suddenly got loads of mouth ulcers, like loads of mouth ulcers and throats. My mouth really sore. And apparently that was a symptom that some people were getting, COVID tongue, whatever the fuck, I don't know. But I spoke to my GP about it. I'm like, hey, this is a problem. And they were like, oh, that's a dentistry problem. I'm like, how is this a dentistry problem? How is it how is it a dentist? I have COVID. How is it a dentistry problem? It's like, oh, you have to see a dentist about it? I'm like, I have COVID. It's a COVID symptom. Oh, but if you get repeated mouth ulcers, you're supposed to go to a dentist. It's like, I'm not getting repeated mouth ulcers. This is a symptom of COVID. I have COVID. Like, what the... Also, sorry, I'm going to have to do something very brief. My mic off. I've got like a flap on that goes under my mic. It's slightly, one of it is slightly too... Let's try something else. Do it over the spanner. Just swing it by hand. I get tight enough to do it by hand. Yeah, test in Scotland. Yeah, no, Scotland, free prescriptions in Scotland as well. Like, there's some weird things in England. Like prescription. You have to pay for prescriptions in England, in most circumstances. There's a lot of, there is a lot of exemptions to that. I, for example, do not have to pay prescriptions. Because I have an underactive thyroid, so I have to be on thyroid the rest of my life, and that just gives you an exemption certificate, so I never have to pay for the prescription again. But the prescription charge is like a set cost. That means every drug, no matter what it is, if you get a prescription for something, no matter what it is, it will be like £9.50. Whether the drug that you're being prescribed would cost £1 or would cost £10,000, it doesn't matter. It will cost £9.50, which just kind of feels pointless, really. Why? If you're gonna charge people that set fee, why would you not just make it free and then just take out a bit more in taxes to cover it? I don't understand why it's kind of half measure. It's because I used to get occasionally prescribed something that I'd go to the pharmacy about, and they'd say, hey, we can fill this script. However, we do sell it over the counter for like £2, which is a lot cheaper than paying the, like, you know, £7 or whatever the fuck the script charge was then. I just bought it like that. Silly. Very silly. Right. Scotland makes it great. That's the thing, by the way. That's the base for what we're making. Like, I like the battery compartment being the thing. So, actually, once I make a little stream and stuff like that, that'll sit. That'll sit. Feel like a little diorama. It'll just kind of slot in. Quite nice. This little thing. But yeah, I find it very frustrating that it's kind of this half measure thing. So like, I I find it very just frustrating as well, obviously, because I think a GP is the whole point of them is they're a general practitioner. You can go to your GP for any medical issue, and if you need to see a specialist, they'll refer you. But a general practitioner should be able to diagnose most general day-to-day things. However, if you have an eye problem or again a mouth problem, they'll say, "Oh, you need to go to a dentist or an optician." And I'm like, "What?" Like if I have an eye infection, I was expected to go to an optician and pay to go and see an optician. I'm like, yeah, but I have an eye infection. I'm like, yeah, you need to go and pay to see an optician and they'll give you a private prescription. And I'm like, but why? Why can't I just go to my GP and they look at my eye and go, oh, you've got an eye infection. Here's a prescription for an eye drop. No. I'm like, what the? What? Or again, my GP and they got really fucking snotty with me because I'm like, I can't go to my dentist. The waiting list is A, ridiculous long, and B, I have COVID. I can't go to my dentist even if I wanted to. And they were really snotty, and then they fucking ended up prescribing me some like steroid mouthwash, and they were really snotty about it, going, well, you should really be seeing your dentist about this if it's a repeated problem. Going, it's a what do you want from me, woman? So annoying. C39. So annoying. A bit of great shout out to when I got a shot of glass in my eye and waited around A&E for like 4 hours. That's quite fast. It's depressing, isn't it? I was in A&E the other week. Not for me. Wait there for for a family member where we already had sepsis, trying to threatening sepsis. Waiting for 7 hours to be seen. And I'm like, but 7 hours can kill someone with sepsis. I wanted to glue that down. Guessing. That's a big bit. I managed to wash the glass out of my eye like 5 minutes after it happened. I went to be ADP safe. Yeah, that's a fair thing to do. You could. For infected, you don't want infection control. It's frustrating because really, right, how the UK system is supposed to work, supposed to in theory, doesn't really. This is how it's supposed to work. And it makes sense in theory, is that there's supposed to be 3 points of care. Urgent care, like emergency care, which is A&E, which is you have something life-threatening. Or that needs to be resolved very urgently. Right? That should be done through A&E, accident and emergency. If you have something minor, a longer-term issue or whatever, you go and see your GP, your general practitioner, and you should be able to see your GP in theory same day. Right? You should be able to just, in the morning, go, oh, I'm feeling ill, whatever. You call your GP, you get an appointment that day, you go down local. And then if you have something in the intermediary, like an intermediate problem, like you have something like a living creator there saying that they went to be safe, right? The idea in theory is for stuff like that, you're supposed to go to a walk-in centre, which is like this sort of middle ground between A&E, which is like for urgent non-emergencies, basically. But it doesn't work like that because a lot of people cannot get a GP appointment in the same day. A lot of GP surgeries are privately operated and owned, and the government pays them per patient. So all of them are privately operated and owned. All of them are privately operated and owned, and they have set standards they're supposed to abide by, but they frankly don't. They frankly don't. So a lot of GPs, like my GP surgery, I can get an appointment the same day if I need to. I can call up in the morning, call up before like 10 a.m. They will see me. Like, they will see me. If I call before 10 a.m., a bit different now post-COVID, they make you call in advance. But if you call them before 10 a.m., they will see you that day as long as you call before 10 a.m. I have some family members who their GP says, oh, you have to call in the morning. they call and they go, oh, we don't have any appointments, they're already fully booked. And they go, oh, well, you can't get an appointment then. You can't get an appointment then. And they're like, oh, well, can I book an appointment in advance for another day? And they're like, no, you have to call on the day. And it's like, yeah, but I've just called right at the earliest time I could, and you said you got no appointments. And they're like, yeah. And it's like, well, how do I see a doctor then? And they're like, well, I've got to call just tomorrow and try again. And so many people get caught in that and just cannot see a fucking... Just say not see a GP to save the fucking life. Literally, that's a big problem. Because for a lot of stuff, the problem is in theory, right? Sort of this non-urgent care should be more important. Because a lot of people, when they talk about hospitals, Liverpool's got a new hospital, and when they talk about hospitals, there's this kind of... Like, Liverpool's got a new hospital, and it was under some flack because it has less beds, like patient beds, than the old hospital. You go, is that an upgrade if they have less beds? The idea being that when the hospital was designed, that it shouldn't have mattered. Because the idea is that, well, you don't need the beds if people aren't being put into hospital and getting into hospital in the first place. Right? Like you just, you know, if you can deal with people's problems earlier before they get so severe they need to go into hospital, then that's the idea. And that's a better way of doing healthcare, frankly, because yeah, you should be dealing with stuff before it becomes so serious they need to go to a hospital. And that was the idea, but that's just kind of fallen apart due to lack of, I was gonna say, it's not even lack of funding, it's lack of proper management. I'll say, Philosophy Tube did a really good video on state of the NHS at the moment, and it's relating. It's specifically in the framing of trans healthcare, but it's a really good examination of the NHS as a whole, and how a lot of the issues with the NHS are not budget; it's bureaucracy and this kind of finger pointing, and it's. I get very frustrated that a lot of people are like, "Oh, we just need to give the NHS more money," and it's like, I mean, the NHS do need a bit more money, but that's not why they have so many problems. That's not why. Re-rendering an ad video because one of them didn't have it. Go. Oh my god. Oh no, my show! I just want to point out, by the way, I finished the Ashton's Advent edit today. And I rendered out all 27 videos. You know how long it took to render those 27 videos, which I think amount to a good hour or so of footage. 27 videos, right? 50 FPS, multicam, triple camera, 50 FPS, 1080p, with effect sound. Now, Tony Streets. Didn't take 50 minutes. It took 11. 11. Fucking 11 minutes! On a fucking laptop, no less. Fucking hell, mate. Fucking love this MacBook. Fucking, yeah, this MacBook's the fucking tits, mate. Please rate this year's Ashton's Advent between 1 and 10. Solid 8. 9. 8, 9. I haven't done any weird edits to it. I usually do. Not had to do, and there was no opportunity to. So as a result, it's not. Quickly. One of them didn't have an intro. Day 7 didn't have an intro. Now it does. Thank you, Daniel. As a point, I reread Day 7. Day 7 is almost 10 minutes long. Which, blank spoiler, whatever. Day 7, a 10-minute long multicam video. Rendered, exported out of Final Cut in a minute. a minute and 1 second. Madness. Absolute madness. I love this stuff. quality. Oh, it's worth every fucking penny. Oh my god. No intro. Well, yeah, the, you know, doop-boop-de-doop-de-doo. Advent horror, whatever the fuck, yeah. That was added in last. Last thing added in. I didn't have the file. You'd be surprised how, like I was doing it. I'm like, shit, I don't even know what font I should use, and I use a font finder. Like, I've been editing them for like 4 or 5 years. And these assets, I'm like having to ask for the ashes. The ashes there. Yeah. I'm asking Stuart for the assets. And I'm like, why do I not just have these? Good happening. So it's different. It's got a different vibe to previous years. They're different vibes. Significant vibes. C29, C30. I'm layering the water. Oh, I'm layering up water. I like it's got these lines that indicate where you put it as well, just to make sure. There's a lot of good. What? Doing this theme hospital music. Got fucking loads left. Still half full. I've got super glue. I do have other glue. I'm not being overly liberal with it. Right amount of glue. These big flat pieces. I've barely used any glue so far. I've only been doing the very intricate little small things, admittedly. So I needed like a tiny dab of glue on this stuff. Quick, we've got a sponge cake on level 1. Got the blob from the heavily crushed quality. I mean, it does sound pretty heavily crushed already, admittedly. Good. Microphone with the ruler there, that's fine. Right. P1. Oh, P4. Oh, I get to put the water down. Actually, admittedly, I'm putting the water down over here. Try that one. P1. It's a good advent year. It's different. It's fine. It's good. quite like it's using the reference of like use the blank side, and it does have a blank side and a not blank side. The only difference on the not blank side is got this tiny little line, but it distinguishes it, which I appreciate that it distinguishes it. It's a nicely thought out thing, I will say. Right, I'm assuming this is P. It doesn't say P on it, but it is P for plastic, I guess. Pulls out. You can bear. I say you can't even see it on the camera. It's clear bit. Kind of perforate plastic. Holes. Looks like it's done with a hole punch. I want you to find glue on the edge. Nice little it's a bit bigger than the thing it's on. It's a little oversized. Glue the edge. And then I need to glue. I need to individually glue a load of fucking flowers to it. Fine, it's a bit messy. It's under the clear plastic. It's dry clear, and even if it doesn't, it kind of fits into the side with water. Kind of flexible piece on a not very flat base. It's got a lot of indentation. And it does. I think a lot of this is very well thought out. It's quite layered. And nice. It's slightly in the way of my eyes when it's at this height. Like this camera is like literally, like it's right in front of my mouth. I guess it is a good eye level. Mouth level. It's held down. You're right. I like this little thing. Admittedly, part of the thing I find with Instagram ads, especially, is that they have a habit of being misleading. I mean, I get advertised a lot of stuff I would like on Instagram, right? Like, I get the targeted ads on Instagram I find to be very good for me, personally. Problem in and of itself. But Drew Gooden did a few videos where he just buys them. He gets a few Instagram ads. He goes, "Fuck, I'll buy them all." He gets it. And a lot of them are just, they're not necessarily a scam. They're just a very well marketed nothing. Like, oh, it's the moon pod. And it's like this. Oh, look, it's this fancy way. It makes you feel wait. It's a fucking beanbag. It's just a beanbag. It's a £300 beanbag with fancy marketing. It's just a beanbag. Not a special beanbag. It's just a normal beanbag. A normal beanbag. Right, it's uncomfortable being back as well. I like it. Good egg crew. There's not many YouTubers I actually watch. There's not many YouTubers I actually watch. I'm not very close to that yet. Drew's one of the few I actually watch. It's like, I don't watch gaming YouTubers. Never have. back in the day, I found Daniel, and Daniel was a bit of an exception just because I thought, oh, he's doing something interesting. He's doing these very like highly edited comedic things, very new for the time. In like gaming videos, it was something very different. It was something quite different. Not dried yet, but it does need to be dried. Right. C20, C21, C19. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 C19s. Big ones. Or like I don't really. I mean, that's why people got the Yogscast as well, wasn't it? The Shadow of Visual thing was just interesting at the time. 1, 2, 3, 1. How's the music volume, by the way? I'm kind of slightly guessing if it's a reasonable level or not. Fine, landed on my way. 1, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm assuming there's spares in these. There might not. It doesn't say spares. Whenever there's spares for any individual thing, it will say in the guide that there's spares. You're wondering why you've got some left over, but it doesn't say that there's spares for these. Be a bit quiet. It's very exciting, isn't it? Wait, there's only 4. Problem is, they haven't normalized the songs on the Twitch soundtrack. They haven't normalized it. So it's different songs that are completely different fucking levels. I'm missing one. It's annoying. Between Daniel texting me, there's no intro on episode 7. Between him saying that and me fixing it, he had not finished watching the video by the time I fixed it. And I was doing, yeah, I don't know if there's extras of these. Oh, it does! Look at that. See these little crosses? That's indicating where it wants it to go. Oh, that's great. Okay, fantastic. Absolutely, very well thought out thing. I really like this. There's a lot of places where you can see they've actually tried. It's actually thought out and yeah. Very well thought out. I'm impressed by it. Right, same printing on both sides. So big one. Big one's on first. Ah! It doesn't have to be exact. They have done it with a very exact layout. While you don't have to follow it exactly, I'm trying to. No. Nope, nope, nope. Ow. Ow. Get me using my left hand to hold the tweezers. Even is it? This is a river. Or a leaf. Or a petal. Or a blossom. One more. I definitely pulled out 5. I don't know where it is. I'm going to pull out that and hope that they've given me extras. I hope that I can find the one I'm missing. Yeah, this isn't attached properly to this plastic bit. I don't think it necessarily needs to be as long as it's held down. It is. That's a really nice effect. And that's why I wanted to put the petals on separately, so it gives it a 3D effect. It actually looks like they're floating on the water. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. It's done. Page, right. Celebrate. Oh, I've got tea! Oh, sweet. Oh, yeah. I want to point out, this is exactly why I bought this mug. I made this tea. I made this tea 90 minutes ago. And it is still fucking perfect temperature. 67.5 degrees. It's literally the exact reason I bought it, because I will make myself a hot drink come off the screen. Forget I made it. Screen for longer than I thought. We'll sort of see. Earl Grey. Oh, I've made a... Earl Grey. Tea Earl Grey hot. Take Earl Grey. Black. 2 sugars. And I just leave the tea bag in because I like myself some strong fucking tea. My mum likes Earl Grey, but she likes a very weak Earl Grey. She likes the Earl Grey tea bag just fucking, like, it just fucking glances the water, you know, it's just hot water and the tea bag's like, eh. What's the point? If I'm having tea, I want it to be as strong as possible. Damn it. It's already fairly weak. Even the strongest tea is weak, so fuck it. Oh, this mug still works. Yeah, I hope so. Expensive. I mean, I've got 2 now. This is my second smug. This is my XL smug, the bigger smug. This is the 440 milliliter one. Pick one of the small ones. The small one's good for coffee, but then I've started drinking a lot of tea. For tea, I want a big fuck off. I want the biggest cup of tea I can possibly have. 47. Let's get that. Actually, 11. E. G. Oh, bother. If your strongest teas are weak, I feel sorry for you because some teas over in Latvia, they couldn't drink how bitter they become. I mean, that's fair. I don't really find them bitter. I mean, the thing is, that Earl Grey is obviously, I think, more bitter than it was. But, like, the bitterness. That's like a bitter coffee. I'm very excited, right? Advent. Right? You know, I've done the Ashton's Advent. I've done the Dan Advent, right? Matt Vent. You know what Matt Vent is this year? I've got under the Nespresso Advent calendar. It's a different artistic designer this year. It's interesting. But not only do I have an Espresso Advent calendar, I have a Pucker Tea Advent calendar. Ooh, I've got a tea Advent calendar and a coffee Advent calendar. I've got one for the morning and one for the evening. Ooh, what's going to happen? You know? How exciting. The hot drink Advent calendars. Ooh. I also prefer black tea. I mean, Earl Grey is just black tea. Black tea with a bit of cardamom. That's the only real difference between Earl Grey and normal sort of builder's tea. Right, G. F. Was G the very bottom one? Wait. G, something else entirely that I forgot about. It's I. A big fan of advent calendars that are just a consumable. No. Yeah, I'm not really a huge fan of the advent calendar. Like, oh, build something every day. Numbskull are doing like a build Star Trek Enterprise. It's like, wow, and a cell, and you just, yeah, whatever the fuck. Just buy a model, mate. Like, even the Lego ones. I mean, I like the Lego ones because it's just like a little build, and I think that's kind of novel. But like, I stopped getting the Lego ones, not because I like building them, but every time I finish with them, I don't do anything with the Lego, and it just goes into a little, like, a Lego bin. Right? Not a thing I'm throwing away, to be clear, but like just a big thing full of just random Lego, and I don't do anything with it, and I stopped getting it just because I didn't know what I was doing with it. What the fuck is G? Are you insane? Probably great. I mean, having a steep over months. I imagine someone does it. I mean, they're out of order now than they were, right? I ordered them. Yeah. Like, I remember having this last time. I was trying to find G and I couldn't. Screw. Why did I screw? Ah, is G this? No, that's J. Wood. Yeah, but strong. Everything has to be back for 9 minutes. I mean, the thing with it is once it gets to a certain level of absorption, it's not really absorbing anymore. Pretty one tea bag. It's one tea bag in quite a large amount of water. Not really any stronger than it was an hour ago, really. Okay, this is my life. E, B, C, F, D, A. F. Where the fuck is G? I almost bought a jam advent calendar. Keep seeing it. Saw it in Costco. I'm still tempted to go and buy the jam advent calendar. I have my tea advent calendar in the morning, every morning. Like, oh, what jam am I having today? Ooh. You know. Exciting, right? You know. Life of someone approaching their 30. Alright, see, one of the reasons I've started drinking an Earl Grey is I used to really like just standard, like, builder's tea. Yorkshire Gold, I like. But I like a builder's tea with milk. But when I went vegan, see, when I started going more vegan, switching milk and coffee from, you know, cow's milk to oat milk was really easy because I liked oat milk better. I thought oat milk tasted nicer in the coffee. However, oat milk in tea, I found made the tea incredibly bitter. Like, I found you had this very, very nice sort of builder's tea. And the second I put oat milk in it, it made it really bitter, and I found it very unpleasant. So I just stopped drinking tea. I can't remember the company. Alpro. It's probably Alpro. They made a specific, because part of the problem with that sort of builder's, just standard builder's black tea, put milk in it, is that oat milk didn't work well. Milk with a Y, that's meant to be this like fake milk, would you'd put it in, it congeal a bit. Clump. Soy milk just didn't taste right. Almond milk was too almondy. So there wasn't really a good milk for it, because... So Alpro, I think, made literally a specific, you know, vegan milk called My Cuppa, and it's a small little carton. It's literally, the only purpose of it is to go in tea. That's all it's for. It's not intended for anything else. It's just meant to go in tea. Which I respect. It's a very British thing. And I tried it. I got some. It was really good in tea. It tasted like, it was like cow's milk. It worked exactly like I wanted it to in normal tea. And it was really nice. I just didn't drink enough tea to justify keeping that in. Because it was just for that, right? It wasn't like, I buy loads of oat milk, so I just use oat milk for everything. But that, because I was only using it in cups of tea, and when if you put milk in tea, you're not putting very much in. Even if you have a really milky cup of tea, you're not using much milk. And I live alone, so I wasn't using fuck all. Like, I bought a few times, and I like it. You know, I barely used a quarter of this tiny carton before it went off, even though it lasts a long time. So I just stopped getting it. Oat milk, what's different? The different brands of oat milks are really different. Oatly oat milk is very, very, very different to Alpro oat milk. Like, they are different. They are, like, if you've ever discounted oat milk and said, oh, I don't like oat milk because you've tried an oat milk, it's possible you just don't like that oat milk. Because oat milk, I think soy milk is reasonably consistent. I mean, almond milk is pretty consistent. But oat milk, I found to be very inconsistent between brands. Like, it's really different. I don't like Alpro oat milk. I don't like Alpro oat milk. I really like Oatly. Mondelez, who are Coke, they own Costa. Costa Coffee. Not for the UK, it's just a brand of coffee shops like Starbucks. That's bigger than Starbucks over here. But they used to use Alpro, and I never used to like that very much. I don't really like coffee blends either, but they used Alpro. They switched to using Mondelez's own oat milk, and I think it's awful. I think it's awful. And it's got completely different ingredients into Oatly. Like, the only same ingredients are oats and water. Everything else is fucking different. And I've had some people I know it makes their stomach feel really bad, even though Oatly doesn't. It's all over the place. I like Oatly. I kind of insist on Oatly. Although, actually, Starbucks, I don't know if it's international. I imagine it is. But at least here, they do a nut blend. Which is the blend of alternate milk. It's their own sort of blend of them. And I actually find it quite nice. But I think coffee's a lot more forgiving for alternate milks. I like a lot of alternate milks in coffee. I mean, I literally will not drink from Costa. I think. Where the fuck is G? Am I going insane? Yeah, Costa's owned by Mondelez. Massive conglomerate. I used it yesterday. Not like I've lost it, is it? Can't have gone anywhere. B. E. E. C. Notably, this one I think is plastic. C is plastic. C. D. Yeah. A. A. D. F. Max. Where I've got. I mean, powdered milk is just weird. I get pretty annoyed. Oh! Motherfucker, it is that! That. I actually enjoy that, because obviously that's meant to be a thing, but they've just used the extra space in there to put some others. E11. Fucker. Okay. What's that on the bottom? Motherfucker. I'm gonna create it with 52,700 points. I have enough points to send 138. Oh, no. Mustache the cat. I made hemp milk once. I bought some hemp milk. It's fine. I never did. I bought it to try. I forgot it was there. But it was in my fridge, and then by the time I kind of remembered and I went to look at it, it was off. That's admittedly happened quite a lot with a lot of but the problem with, well, I say it's the problem with vegan stuff. One of the quirks of vegan stuff is that obviously it's not very consistent. Obviously, if you drink milk, normal milk, like you might have a preference of milk, but milk is milk, right? Like, no matter what you're getting milk. It's fairly similar. Some milks are nicer than others, obviously. Craverdale, I always liked. If you get milk from like a milkman type thing, it'll be very thick. Creamy milk. They're different, but milk is milk. E46. Let's get them all out now. Saves me that, and we do printed side, that goes into that. That. Just blue here. This goes into that. Oh my god. Right. You look surprising. I mean, I've been trying. I mean, Linda McCartney are doing oat milk and stuff now. Which I try it down with better. Probably still in their fridge. I think that's the thing with vegan stuff, especially because I have a bit of a following. I like to try stuff so I can recommend it sort of wholeheartedly, because I think going vegan, I find I don't find it difficult. I mean, vegetarian, I never ever found awkward or difficult at all. Because with vegetarianism, I was just cutting out the meat. But going vegan, you can't. When I went vegetarian, cutting out the meat was really simple. Like, I just wasn't eating dishes with meat in it. Like, that's fairly self-explanatory and I think fairly simple to do. However, everything has dairy in it. And most things we make use dairy as an ingredient. So really, if you just were like, oh, I'm just gonna cut the dairy out and not do any alternatives, because I never did meat alternatives, which was always fine because you get away with that. But you can't really get away with not doing any dairy alternatives or egg alternatives because then you're just not really eating anything. It's like just vegetables. And I like vegetables. Boy, I fucking love me some veg. But I just yeah, you need a varied diet. And because all these alternatives are very different, you have to try a lot of stuff to find one you like. Vegan cheeses. God almighty, vegan cheese is so all over the place. So all over the place. And that's it. Each brand is different. You have to make sure you get. Oh, I'm using one of these. I'm using one of the plastic. Oh wait, are these plastic? I don't know what they are. Very light. They feel textured. I don't know if that's plastic or not. Imagine the reason they didn't give that as wood was because all these intricate things you can push them all out. That's odd. Whatever. E18, E16. E18, E16. Vegan applewood's fantastic. It's really versatile as well, because I say one of the biggest problems I found with vegan stuff, whatever it may be, is it's often not very versatile. Milk, normal milk, you can use it in loads of stuff. Not butter, you can use it in loads of stuff. Normal fucking cheese, you can do normal cheese, But vegan alternates to this stuff are usually made for one specific thing. As I say, that my cuppa thing is it's a vegan milk that is just for cups of teas. That's all it's for. You can't really use it in anything else. I mean, you could. It probably wouldn't work very well. You want to use it in baking. It's going to be awkward. You want to use it in whatever, You buy a vegan egg replacer where you can replace eggs in a cake, but you can't just make it. If you buy a vegan scrambled egg thing, it's just for scrambled egg. You don't use it. It's very unflexible, which is like one of the annoyance isn't the word, but it's one of those just slight things thing you have to think about. Always recommend that. And vegan applewood I really like because it's really flexible. Most vegan cheeses don't melt properly, like they kind of tend to a goo. Applewood's not completely immune to that. But applewood, I was able to make a cheese sauce out of it in a traditional way. Because if you ever make a fucking cheese sauce thing, a vegan cheese sauce thing, you don't use vegan cheese. The traditional vegan mac and cheese recipe is not take vegan cheese and melt it into, macaroni and make a cheese sauce. No, it's you make a sauce by soaking cashews, then grinding the cashews up and mixing them with the nutritional yeast. That's the thing. But vegan applewood, I followed, right? The first vegan cheese I've used, where I was able to just follow a non-vegan mac and cheese recipe. I followed a non-vegan mac and cheese recipe and just substituted the non-vegan milk for milk, for oat milk, and the normal cheese for applewood, and it worked perfectly, and it came out tasting genuinely exactly like mac and cheese. Fucking wild. It blew my fucking mind. So I like the vegan applewood a lot. It's really flexible. Pretty flexible cheese. Ah. I understand why a lot of people avoid going vegan. I appreciate it. I disagree with anyone who says going meat-free is a faff. I know it can be a bit awkward, especially if you're just getting used to it, but it is easy. I don't think you don't even have to substitute meat. You can just not eat the meat. I'm not trying to preach and say you should do that, by the way. I do think you should. That is just, I don't think that's really a huge problem. 9 10. And 45 and 45. I think it, in a lot of ways it can be quite difficult to do. Yeah, I believe it can be awkward and difficult if you've not done anything like it before, but I genuinely, it's such a piece of piss. Because the fact is, most places you go into, they do a lot of meat-free dishes. That's the difference. Vegan is, I find, difficult because you go into a place and there's not really any dishes. There's a lot of places you will go into as a vegan, and there is literally nothing on the menu. Not a single thing. Whereas when I was veggie, as much as it was a bit awkward, and I had less choice, there's always meat-free options, especially in a lot of countries. Well, I say most things are meat-free. A lot of things have a fucking a lot of food has a lot of cheeses and stuff have rennet in, not vegetarian. Like hard cheeses, like Parmesan, it's not veggie. It's not Parmesan's not vegetarian. 'Cause it has rennet in it. I like these little staircases. Really built. Quite nice. Placement of a flower. Oh yeah, no, a lot of people are surprised when certain things aren't vegetarian. Which is why I always got very frustrated as a vegetarian when I would like say, I put a tweet out years ago. Walker's crisps. They made this sort of Pringles competitor called Stacks. Walker's making their own version of Pringles, basically. They made a paprika one. And I went, ooh, and I bought the paprika one and tried it. I like paprika. And it was really, really nice. And I started kind of getting them semi-regularly. I thought it was really nice. And I found out, like when I was eating them at some point, I've looked at the ingredients out of curiosity. You had pork in them? They were paprika flavored crisps, you had pork in them? Which is bizarre, because Walker's, as a point, if you buy Walker's crisps that are meat flavored, they do not have meat in. They're vegetarian. They always have been. It's weird that it was bizarre that the spice flavored one for some reason had fucking pork in. I'm really annoyed about it. And I tweeted about it just as a hey, I didn't know this. In case you didn't know, here you go. A lot of people got really fucked off at me. You're like, oh yeah, you're vegetarian. You should be mad at Walker's, because you should be checking the ingredients. And I'm like, why would you ever think you would need to for that? And I always check the ingredients now anyways. I did then. I just stuff like that. Why would you even think that you would need to do that? Because there's just so many things that, frankly, you wouldn't ever. Obviously, there's some stuff where it's abstracted a lot. The gelatin and rennet being the two most prominent ones where it's abstracted. I always find gelatin the gross thing. I was like, the happy world of Haribo. Eat your ground up pig bones. Like, weird. For most people, don't really care what they eat. Classic thing that a lot of people would, you know, I always read that thing of people going, "Oh, I can't think about what I'm eating, otherwise it makes me sad." And I'm like, well, maybe if it makes you sad, you shouldn't eat. Like, if it's abstracted enough. But I think people like sort of like chicken nuggets that are shaped dinosaurs or whatever the fuck. It's so abstracted. I mean, admittedly, I have made it in the shape of an animal, but it's abstracted from what it was. Why a lot of people find like like lamb hearts and stuff as being like, oh, that's gross. Heart. Ugh. I don't understand how that is any different. Apart from the fact a heart is not abstract, is it? The heart is. You know what a heart is. Oh, one of that. Yeah, you know what a heart is. I don't think this needs glue. It's got a line on, which makes it feel like it could be where glue goes. I think it's really important to be aware of what you're eating. No, there are some good alternatives to gelatin. The problem with gelatin is it is admittedly, in a lot of ways, actually hard to substitute. You can use stuff, and it can make something similar, but I have yet to find something, like vegetarian, that replicates the gumminess of like Haribo. Like, I have never ever had something that is vegan veggie, that has the same sort of chewiness as Haribo, or those kind of sweets. Like, you can make an approximation. Chewy, you know. You can never. I've never found something. I've never seen something that matches the texture. The non. There's a lot of things generally that there's very good and easy substitutes for, but for some reason we just don't use them. Generally, it's usually just pricey. A lot of times in a lot of, especially manufactured goods, a lot of times something is used, especially meat, because it's just cheap. I mean, gelatin is a thing. I'm not inherently against gelatin, because gelatin's awful. It's awful. Right? Like, I think it's important if you're gonna fucking kill an animal, use all of it, for God's sake. Otherwise, it's cruel and wasteful. Well, bare minimum, at least just be, you know. All of it. But it's one of the things that's just cheap. Oh, just cheap. Costs nothing. Because it's just so fact is, even if it wasn't being used, even if that offer wasn't being used, it would still be being generated. So it's kind of just a captive market, really. Just want me to glue that down, this actual defense post. Because it has a bit of glue as a marker, but I'm not sure what it wants me to glue. Just... That's a slight problem with the glue marker, which is kind of indicating, oh, glue at some point in this step. I'm like, well, do you want me to glue this? Because that's what I've glued. Do you want me to actually glue defense as well? Bit of glue. Tim Robin, my mum refused to let me have anything with gelatin as a kid. Not sure why I went vegetarian. I think people find it gross. Like, oh, that's fine. So, I don't. Literally, it's not any different. I absolutely do not understand that level of sort of like. I don't understand. Nope. Okay. Oh, we're putting it together. Okay. Oh, exciting. Okay. That goes here. Wait. Oh, that goes to these two. That goes to these two little pegs here. A lot of things people are just kind of grossed out by. Did I eat meat? That's all. Like if you as a person are like, oh, I really want to eat dead animals, I disagree with you, but I commit to it, you know. I just think it's kind of so morally kind of problematic to be like, oh, I find this thing disgusting and I don't like it, but I'm going to continue taking it on. Just, you know, if you're someone who's like, oh, I am fine with eating meat because blah, 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 but whatever, like, that's a valid stance you're allowed to have. I'm fine with eating meat because something less alive, or something natural, or something I like it. I'm like, fine. Disagree, but fine. Look, that's separate. Oh. So here, it wants me to glue a flower here, but literally it wants to use the flower to glue them together, but very subtly. That is very clever little detail. That's a very clever little detail. Yeah, the plastic. A lot of this uses a very simple effect. Very cleverly. I like it. Biggest issue, I should say, I just don't agree with people who are like, oh, I'm taking part in this, you know, morally thing. It's this thing that I don't agree with, and I'm not really okay with, but I'm just going to ignore it. It's hard to be vegan or veggie. It really is. Hard to be veggie. It's expensive to be veggie. It's expensive to be. It's very expensive to be vegan. Like, I was veggie. I've been veggie for most of my life. I was poor for years. I was living on fucking... what? £70 a week? At one point? And still veggie. Difficult, sure, but doable. Fair enough. Doable. I've been a bit annoyed lately because very good, but I did find that other little flower I lost earlier on. I found it on the floor. You know, I just lately, right? Because cost of living's hard. Everything's expensive. I get it. And I've been a lot of vegan restaurants in Liverpool are going out of business. Which I understand. I mean, hospitality's struggling at the moment, generally. But vegan stuff especially just seems to be this kind of thing where people are going, oh, it's a luxury, you know, things are expensive. Expensive. More awkward. Oh, I do have a friend who, bless her, she trying her best to be vegan. It's not very much at all. But also has this extra fucking thing in that she has a soy allergy. It's just, oh god, man. Like, good night, Charlie. A soy allergy as a vegan. Everything's full of soy. I didn't even really realize how much everything just has soy in. And obviously, a lot of vegan stuff uses soy as a replacement for stuff. Ah, just fucking impossible. Exhausting. No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Soy's in everything. Soy's in fucking everything. Every bread? Nice. Fast. I'll put the two things together. Everything. It just uses a bulk. It just uses a thing to bulk it enough. How are you still on dry? Ah! Fuckface! Fuckface! Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's get together. I do not want to stay together at all. No, she's not fully vegan. My friend tries to be vegan as much as possible, but I can appreciate that. It's difficult enough to be vegan without that. Come on. Prick, you fucking prick. Come on. Use a paper clip. No, because I need to hold them from both ends and push them. Physically be holding them into each other. Yeah, flex. This is why they keep separating. Normally sexy. Get on it. Right, no, yeah, it's that's what I mean. That was a job seeker. There we go. There we go. Oh. When I was in benefits, I remember one of the things that they can't get this one. E19. They were like, oh, we've got you a position. And I went, great! Where? They went, KFC! And I went, oh. There are parts for these, okay. I went, KFC. I'm like, I will not work at KFC. There is no circumstance where I can morally do that. I refuse to go into KFC to this day because of how terribly they treat their livestock. I'm just better now, but they were always fucking bad for it. And I was like, no, but I was like, look, I'm a vegetarian. For moral reasons, I am not working in a chicken place. And fair play to the job center person. They were like, oh, that's completely fair. We will not expect you to go and do that. Which I wasn't quite expecting from the job center. I thought they were going to be snooty about it. So. Well, very understanding. I appreciate it. So yeah, these are low energy, which I quite like. I like building these. Right, that I need the one with the design on, which is this side. I'm making sure to sand all the parts before I assemble them now. Doing this the whole fucking time, but alas. I'm really annoyed about those lights on the train thing. Really see. You can really see the you can see it when it's out of focus. So little knobbles on these little bits. how it is. I can't really sand them down. I need glue for this bit. Where does it want me to glue? Where do I need to glue? How are you switching both your cameras with your hands full? I have an Elgato foot pedal, which lets me literally import explicitly for this, so I can just on my right foot I've got 3 little pedals. Left one switches to that camera. Right one switches to that camera, and the middle one goes back to that screen. Switch back around without even moving my hand. Nice as shit. Anyway, I saw that fucking pedal thing. Oh, it's exactly what it's made for. I like that Elgato make a lot of very specific products for a very, very specific use case. I am the use case. I am the person. Hello, it's me. I have 2 Stream Deck. I used to just have a Stream Deck Mini. When I did this new setup, I got a Stream Deck XL. Stream Deck Mini's just plugged into the Mac currently. There's a couple of tiny little actions on. I didn't see any point in away. Selling it. Right. 21 C19. Flowers. I've got a Stream Deck Pro or whatever the fuck it is. Dialed. What am I excited for? That? Is it? That way, right? That matches the exact. They literally have a special thing. Like, look, they have an exact size thing that you're supposed to stick it to. A level of unnecessary detail I live for. It's slightly sticky, Stream Decks are useful. The thing is, right, I don't. They're like, oh, look at all of these things you can use them for like editing and general use and stuff like that. I don't use my PC for that. I use my Mac for general use stuff. And the fact is, on the Mac, I already have 60 billion ways to do general use stuff. I don't need the stream. I never use the Mac currently. The Stream Deck is set to turn on and off this light, like the light above me. Like this light, that's the ring light that's here. I've got an on and off button that's on both my little Stream Deck. Plugged into the Mac. Has a button as the big one, just so I can turn it on and off even when my PC's not on. I've got a button to love a song in Apple Music. I've got a button to mute my mic. I've got a button to change my headphones. And I've got a button to eject. I've made a little automator thing that just ejects all my external drives when I undock my Mac. And that's it. And I had to very much make up a use for it just because I didn't want to throw it away, rather than it solving a problem. I do everything with gestures on the Mac. Everything's done with gestures on my Mac. I've had it set up for a decade. Like, and it's really good for me. Like, everything I need to do is do with a gesture. Trackpad gesture. Or Logitech MX Master 3 gesture. I just don't need it. I just don't need it. just how it streams. I needed it for streams. Doing all the, you know, all the fancy intro stuff I do. I can't do it without a Stream Deck. Like, it only works with a Stream Deck. I can't do that manually. Oh god, this mother spent like £60 or something on Philips Hue bulbs to discover that despite advertising Wi-Fi functionality, you need to spend £50 on a bridge to make it work. Yeah! You know about that. I got a couple of different... So I get a special unit, stuff like that, because I've invested in the Apple home ecosystem. I've invested in HomeKit. But one of the big advantages of HomeKit is that, and one of the reasons HomePods, you know, their version of Alexa Minis, one of the reasons they're so much more expensive than an Alexa Mini is because the hardware they have in them, each of them can act as a hub in of themselves. They've got quite a lot of electronic guts in them, so they are a lot more capable on their own than the Alexas of Google Home. And the idea is any HomeKit-enabled devices should be able to use the HomePods as a hub directly, and they do. So many things that you buy, if they have HomeKit compatibility, you don't often need to buy hubs. Aquara, they make loads of stuff, and they sell a hub. They're like, if you use HomeKit, you don't need to buy a hub. The HomePod will work as your hub. But Philips are like, no. And I'm assuming it's because they communicate over protocol that HomeKit doesn't. But I'm like, right, okay, sure. Definitely a way for them to fucking sell an adapter. B20, B21. I do not like Philips Hue as a thing. There's a lot of other companies that make a lot of other companies make similar things. I'm pretty sure Nanoleaf doesn't. That don't need the hub and are a bit more intercompatible. I only got Hue for my lamps, and I only ended up getting them for my lamps because they were on offer. And they're nice bulbs. I just don't like how they actually, I was getting a kit, so it wasn't too bad when I bought it. E13. I mean, one of the problems I had as well was bulb type. Because Nanoleaf. The only bulbs they do are Edison screw top ones, and they didn't do GU10s. The bulbs I can do them. I'm like, fucking do it. I grudgingly bought Philips Hue after years. Very begrudgingly. When they're like, oh, you need to buy a hub, and none of the other HomeKit stuff I needs a hub, because again, the HomePods act as the hub. They're quite like HomeKit enabled cameras, like the Aquara cameras I've got. They don't go through a hub, they go through an Apple TV. And Apple TV, because Apple TV little box, if you're just using it as a streaming box, it's overpowered. I'm surprised they haven't made a small one like an Apple TV Mini, because an Apple TV is basically a little iPad. Like, it's an iPad. It's got the internals of an iPad or an iPhone. It's a powerful little thing. And HomeKit Secure Video does it through that. It uses that as the hub for the cameras, and it saves all the camera data to that. And when you access it from, you know, the internet from outside, it's going directly through that. It's not going through a separate server. Which is really nice. Really nice. I think it gets a bit better now because they've all adopted a Matter, which is like a new standard that Google, Amazon, and Apple have all agreed that they're going to do. So a lot of devices coming out shouldn't come out with, oh, it's only Alexa compatible, or it's only Google Home compatible. Because I get annoyed. Part of the problems that annoys me about being in the HomeKit ecosystem is that 90% of stuff that gets made, it's like, oh, it works with Alexa and Google Home, and I'm like, well, HomeKit, and I'm like, no. Oh, restart. Thank you very much. Like I got a robot hoover the other week. The other day. Where did I put the I got it quite cheap in the Amazon sales. It was really expensive, I can't remember £100. To make my life easier. But it's really annoying because if I had an Alexa or Google Home, I could tell either of them, like, you know, hey, whatever, clean the bedroom, and then go okay, and it'd send the robot to the bedroom. It doesn't work with HomeKit. So I have to, if I want to do anything, I have to go into the app and just like set it up manually. First world problem, I appreciate, but it's kind of that slight awkwardness with Apple stuff. It's kind of they're after a more locked down standard, which no one can be bothered to play with, so it just doesn't work. And I'm like, oh, all right. Because I think part of the problem is Apple's HomeKit doesn't actually support Rubies in the first place. So I don't know if that's fixable in software update, but I hope it is. So frustrating because the amount of smart tech I've seen that's like quite affordable, and I'm like, oh, I'll buy that. I'm like, only compatible with Alexa and Google Home, and I'm like, not the other one. Like, no, and I'm like, oh, I can't buy it. What? Okay, this has done the thing where it just makes you make a thing and put it to the side. Wait, I don't know why it's gotten me to make so many little things and just put them. I should have done this. This should have been the first thing it made me do. That's my one complaint. They've done it in a weird order. E43. This should have been the first thing I did, making this base, and then I should have made the little intricate things. And then the second I was done with them, I could put them in. Need to route the wires. Yeah. 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 And wires carefully. Racing with my fucking people. Maybe just give you time to glue to set. Like they're being, first of all, those things I've made, that last thing I made doesn't really have any glue, and the things that are glued down aren't like structural things. It only took a few minutes to dry. So, I might be an attention thing. They might have figured, oh, if you've got in it, it might be more fun to do it in that order because you're kind of building the train early on. Might hold your attention a bit longer. But it's just weird because obviously if you were to do Lego, they would get you to build the base first and then add stuff to that base. Whereas this has done the opposite thing, where I'm doing this base like in the middle. It's not like I needed the other stuff done to do this. The other stuff the first thing I made is still sat off to the side, and it's one of the last things. Like the first thing I made was these little shutters for a window, and I when I look through it, well, they're one of the last things you put on. Why did they do that first? I don't know whether to get you used to it. No. Well, thankfully they gave me spares. Just pinged off into somewhere. Out of an iPod hard drive now. Anyway, I rate smart light bulbs 7 out of 10. At least 3 points because RGB ones against price. Yeah, I know. That's my thing. I wanted RGB smart bulbs for lamps. My house, all of the fucking ceiling lights in this house are like fucking GU 5.3 spotlights. A, you can't get smart bulbs for at all, and B, there's like 70 of them. So even if I could get smart bulbs for them, it's so prohibitively expensive to actually set them all up. So I just went fuck it. Oh, it's a nice lamp. Through the wire. And then E21 and E5. E21, E5. E21. 5 arrows. Got arrows on. That goes. And then put this in. E12 and E12. Oh. 12. Ah! And G12. Why did it? Again, it's making me add a bit to this thing I've just built. I built this, and it's like, okay, get it out and add a bit more to it. I'm like, why didn't you just get me to add these to this when I built it? Why are you making me? It's a weird, yeah, that's the one weird. It's doing things in a weird order, which I don't understand. I imagine there's a logic to it. Like, it feels like there must be a logic to it because everything else is very clearly, very well thought out, and there must be an intent to it being like this. Surely there must be an intent. I don't know what the intent is. There must be one. That. Those. I need to glue that, but I'm going. It suggests one of the things it said at the start was like, oh, if a connection doesn't seem very secure, feel free to glue it. No, I don't think that. I think part of the thing with the RGB is you have to add a more fancier controller. But again, yeah, definitely not add that level of price to it. That's gonna go like. Oh. Put it down. These holes that those pegs go into are really shallow. This fucking spooky jazz hole. Oh, it's spooky jazz! Oh, there we go. glue them down. Let's glue them down for the sake. Let's glue this one. I like the RGB. Admittedly, I got them RGB because I'm like, if I'm getting them, I might as well get them fucking proper. But admittedly, I've never used the RGB. Actually, I take that back. When you put bulbs through Apple's HomeKit, it can do. You can buy smart bulbs that do it automatically. I mean, Technology Connections was going on about it. But he was annoyed that you couldn't get bulbs that did it anymore. But like when you obviously traditional bulbs, when you get on a dimmer, if you turn them down, the light from them, because obviously it's a filament. When you turn the dimmer down, the filament will get more orange. So when you dim a light, a traditional bulb, the light will be more orange. And I really like that effect. But obviously LEDs don't do that. But at least when I plug the Philips Hue into the Apple thing, the Apple has that set up so that when you have the default color set on, it gets slightly orange, and it's using the RGB for that. It couldn't do that without RGB. But the bulb could do that itself if Philips wanted it to, but they don't. It's looking good. Good. It's nice. Yeah, isn't that like nice? Doesn't that look nice? Right. Ooh, adding a wall now. That over here with the rest of the yeah, some Philips Hue's non-RGB bulbs can have color temperature range. They do have that. I know Philips Hue do. H1. This is H1. I like this. This is H. There's only 2 on it. H1 and H2, and that's it. Yeah, Philips Hue's ones I know have color temperature. I don't know whether that's a new standard or not. I've only got them recently. Oh. It's a piddly cunt. It's D16's this thin bit around the edge. It has other pieces inside it. Oh, that's a really thin piece. Oof. Careful with you, buddy. A lot of smart technology I found is just... A lot of it's kind of an overpriced scam, frankly. I mean... One of the first jobs I had was I used to work at a company that installed smart home stuff for disabled people. And this is pre any of this off the shelf stuff. So it was all custom stuff. It was all custom stuff. It was all custom stuff, but because it was all custom, it was all very interoperable. all very interoperable. And it wasn't very expensive. And then when all these Philips, especially, came out with these sort of like off-the-shelf smart home stuff that you could, you know, do yourself as a consumer. Like, you didn't need to go to a company I was working for that would, you know, bespoke install all of the shit for you. You know, like automated curtains and automated, you know, video doorbells and well, I say automated, more remote control than automated, I guess. But you can set everything on the timer. You had a little central hub there. But it's all interoperable. I don't like relying. A lot of these fucking things, they for some reason require you to sign up with an account to use them, and I'm like, yeah, but what happens when your servers go? Are you? Well, suddenly the thing I've bought that's in my home just become useless. One of the reasons I've insisted on HomeKit, because at least, even if the company who made the thing dies, it's not reliant on their service to operate. Feel better about it. Like some security cameras and stuff like that. Like, oh, you know, you get them like Ring. And they go through that service, and obviously, if that service is down, it's not going to work. Also, fuck Amazon. E29, E28. Here we go. Color temperature more on this 20. That's the thing. You have to buy specific color temperatures, but some of them can change color temperature. It's all a bit of a mess. They've artificially made it a bit complicated. You know, there was that whole bit of an urban legend. It's true, partially. That back in the day, bulb manufacturer cartels. Well, there was a bulb manufacturer cartel that basically agreed to not make bulbs that would last longer. So obviously, if you make a bulb that lasts longer at the same price, you just start to repeat business. You know why? Obviously, that's the problem with LED bulbs now. Someone buys an LED bulb, it'll last in theory for a very, very long time. You're not going to do. I think one of the reasons they're overpricing them is to try and mitigate that. Which is bullshit, frankly. Absolute bullshit. I absolutely do not recommend Alexa systems. I mean, if you already have them, fair enough. But if you don't already have a smart home system, don't go the Alexa route. I know they're cheaper. I know they're more affordable. They are unreliable. Cheap for a reason. Properly as well. Even if you turn it on. Turn yourself back on. Ah! Ooh. I don't recommend Apple stuff. Google. If you want a cheap one out of the Google and Amazon, get the Google one. That's much better. It's better. With the Apple stuff, because I do like it. The HomeKit stuff, it's just so incompatible. It's so generally incompatible. The AC10 Ocean one. Then it makes it really fucking awkward. The 8. The 8. getting better soon. Not in the athlete, is it? Yeah, it's the kind of same thing with a lot of Apple stuff. Like they're great if you're in. You've got other Apple devices. You don't. I do like the security and privacy I get. How offline they've tried to make them. They don't work offline properly yet. They make a lot of requests that go through them. Like, they basically said as little as humanly possible. So, yeah. That. Oh yeah, look, it's got a little diagram. I love these lines where you're supposed to put stuff. Really handy. Push this down. I mean, I admittedly, I didn't use my smart stuff much. I mean, I got them more as nice Bluetooth speakers more than anything. HomePod speakers are quite good. Just a little. I mean, they're good. It's the classic thing of, because I was always like, why are Apple charging 90 quid for their HomePod Mini? That's supposed to be directly competing with like the Alexa Minis and the Google Home Minis, which are like 20 quid. 10 are on sale, and I'm like, they're charging like almost 9 times more. And I'm like, oh, it's because they are a lot better in sound quality. They have a lot more hardware. A lot more. I'm not utilizing that. The funny tips are like, I can just move my phone close. If my phone sat there playing music, I can just move my phone close to one of my HomePods, and it'll just transfer it. I can just tap the top of the home. I can get my phone, tap the top of the HomePod with my phone. It'll just transfer the music it's playing. Back or forward. If I'm playing music on the HomePod, and I'm like, oh, I want to bring it back. Handy as shit, mate. I like some stuff like that because it's all linked to my TV and everything. I can tell my home. I can tell a HomePod to turn on the TV and stop playing a TV show. And it would, even if it was in a different room. 20. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's a flower. Is that the small one? Yes. I already have a small one. Wonderful. T20, try not to stuff like that. I'm trying not to separate out. Because I want to know what that is. D25, but it came out now. I keep it there, otherwise I can't know what it is. I don't even know if I can really even I don't know if I can recommend smart home stuff necessarily. I think some of it's handy. I like the smart bulb, if only just because it's nice to be able to automate when lights are going off. And like I've got everything set so that like when I leave my house, everything will just turn off. I'll make sure everything's off. I'll make sure my lights are off, and I'll make sure my plugs are off. And I'll turn them all back on when I get home. You know, so I could leave the house with all my lights on and a load of electronics on, and you know, playing music and all that, and me just leaving the house, it'll know and just fix everything up, which is really nice. Really, really nice. But it's kind of not that handy, really. And I don't really like having smart bulbs. Bulbs are inherently disposable. even long-lasting LED ones are inherently disposable. I much prefer smart switches. You can't do RGB with a smart switch. But my plan is for all my overhead lights to make the switch smart. Again, find one that's fucking HomeKit compatible. Is a fanny on? Been so limited by smart home stuff and what I can even, who I can get it from, and what I can get just because I'm glad I have. I will say I don't regret it. It's just more awkward. Context, by the way, I don't know what it is. This bit will go on there, like that. Set aside. D9. Oh, D9. Right. I mean, yeah, there's less stuff at HomeKit because of the high cost of entry, but also the way Apple does their protocols is very different. And I know say, for example, the smart vacuum cleaners. Like I got a Eufy one. And Eufy is generally very good at supporting HomeKit stuff. But the Hoover doesn't. And I was like, that's odd. And I think the reason it doesn't is just because HomeKit doesn't support Hoovers. So I think even if they wanted to, they currently can't. It's the classic Apple thing. They kind of do it late, and when they do it really well, but it's awkward to do it. That wants to go there. B23. Happens a lot with Apple. I mean, it's slightly frustrating because shit. Okay, I'm gluing it to the wall, so it's a matter of things, but actually, because the thing is, the iPhone's got a lot of purchasing power. Because, especially in the US, 50% of all phones are iPhones. It's wild statistic. It's not like that in Europe at all. And just because of that, you know, the iPhone do a lot. You'll never see it. It's very rare to see an app not on the App Store unless it's like Apple won't allow it. An Android app is an iOS app. Vice versa. Whereas the Mac, for example, is notably a lot less supported by apps. Great. It doesn't have that same level of power, and then equally, less or so, the Apple Home TV, Apple TV, and Apple TV, Apple Watch. I mean, it's the most popular smartwatch in the world, but like, fuck me, no one makes apps for it. A lot of the apps that were on it are gone now. It used to be able to do a lot more than it can currently, just because a lot of the apps that used to be on the Apple Watch just are no longer supported. Don't have the same level of just power. Sure. That is the problem. It's the high cost of entry. People who get iPhones, a lot of them are getting. I don't know if they get them on contract. But you don't get HomePod on a contract. You go into the Apple store and spend the 90 quid and buy the fucking HomePod. I mean, admittedly, the first HomePod that got released was that ridiculous big one that was like 350 quid. And that nobody fucking bought because it was so expensive. And then they brought out the HomePod Mini, which is still expensive, but 90 quid's a lot less than 320. Oh, I'm putting the air conditioner on! Ooh, shit. I'm gluing it to the wall. Oh, that's what those little back pieces, so you can glue it. Yeah, there are some. There was a lot of iOS first development that happened. I mean, notably, obviously, recent relevant Hive. Hive is an iOS first app. That's why the iOS app is not beta. It's why the Android app is considered beta because, and the reason it's an iOS first app is the woman who developed it, she just learned Swift, the Apple's sort of programming language. She learned Swift and she made that app just while learning Swift. iOS first. Oh, I get to put the other thing. Oh, I'm putting the things on I made. Wow. It's weird that View wouldn't have an Android app. A big company like that, like, especially because the thing is, obviously in the US, there's that whole iMessage thing in the US. Half of all people use iPhones, and apparently it's a very common thing for people to just only use iMessage in the United States, which is not really a thing here. I never use iMessage. I only know a few people who even have an iOS device, and they still use WhatsApp. Android's way more popular. Overall, Android 7% here. Wow, look, I put the things on. Wow, look at my air conditioner. Nice. Now B9. B10 and B11. They're B25. Oh my god. All slightly different. B10 and B11. Slightly slimmer ones. There are parts of both of them. Good. B10. B11. B9. Hand side up. Oh shit, that's B11. Wait, what? Oh, there's two B11. If you'll read good when it's done. It's gonna look great. Lovely intricate little thing. I'm enjoying greatly. Who likes this? Calm. Jazz is not stressful, but we move on from a weird sad jazz. Thank you. I find Lego very, sort of calming. But this is different. I'm enjoying this in a different way. A lot more slower and it's a bit more delicate. Lego, I feel like I'm going bang, 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 and there's a lot of clinking and clanking. To be clear, this is the middle page of the book. Yeah, that's the center, the exact center. So, feeling how far through we are. You to get one of these. Right, yes, please. Don't already. It'll be really awkward if you don't. That'd be very precise. Two long boys. Two longer pegs. Two shorter pegs. Longer pegs go in. Ah! Two longer pegs go into this to hold it up. Isn't recommending I use any glue for this bit. Or I'm... glue. Yuffie got into controversy recently after a research because they were lying about not saving images of the clown whilst making private text. I've not got anything else to use this. I'd say Boomba. Laser guy. Oh! Everything's fine. Want glue to hold it on a bit better because it's only held on by really light pegs. I don't necessarily trust it. It's supposed to be angled. So that's probably why you don't want to do it. Oh my god. Yeah, the glue just dries reasonably quickly, slightly, and it's still renewable for a while. Oh, I get to use the corrugated iron finally. 13. Oh yeah! Excited to use it. Oh yeah, boy! Oh, we're cooking with fucking gas now, aren't we? Woo! And look, it's got even places for... It's got, even got the places for flowers to go on it. It needs to go that way around to be... Have the flower location properly done. Um, 20 apples. Uh, 20 is I love the feel of that. I think that's a really nice touch. They could easily not have put these markers down and just said, oh, put the flowers on it. I don't know, that'd be really specific here. You're supposed to place this exact size of flower. This exact size of flower. T20 is the smaller one. Yeah. Exactly here. Which is nice because kind of the thing about this feels very place. D. D32, D12, and D6. Two, 6, and 12. Wait, what? Oh, there's 2 D12. I appreciate, by the way, these streams are really low energy and very simple. But, into that, I appreciate why this, oh, this sounds like 5 cents, isn't it? Cafe, chatting to the fucking coffee shop owner, whatever his name is, can't remember. Legal guardian. Ryu is fucking being like, oh, I want to kill that pervert. And the cat's like, no! I'm a cat, not a cat. No, they're not a cat, they don't want to be known as a cat. Explicitly not a cat. I started playing it. It came out on the Switch. The Switch port's really good, by the way. Really good Switch port. There's a lot of game. A lot of fucking game. Start playing Pokemon. I'm slightly bored of Pokemon. Really enjoying that time. I like that. I'm just like, like go to school. I'm just like, what do you want to do? And I'm like, I want to go bowling. I want to go watch a film. I'm gonna rent a movie. I'm gonna rent a movie and do my homework. And that's like, you can do that. And I'm like, oh. Like a video game that's just the 18th. I enjoy a video game. I really enjoy Monotony. Say Monotony. I enjoy kind of just doing normal everyday stuff. I think it's very grounding in a video game. I always the only person who fucking like the Out of Animus bits and stuff is that's the one. I like that I can just be like, oh, I've done this big thing in Persona 5. And I quite like to say, oh, you've beat this big boss. And I'm like, cool. And it's like, we're gonna go to a restaurant? I'm like, alright. These 2 pieces. I also didn't realize in Persona 5. I did a midterm test. And genuinely, you have to listen in class. You have to. I thought all the dialogue in the classroom was just like incidental, just like just to build world building vibes, I guess. Ethan. But no, all the questions in the exams you do are based on things that have been said in the actual in your lessons. So if you were listening, you'd be able to answer the questions, which I was not. Like real small. I appreciate that as a game mechanic. It's just like, yep, you've got to do a school exam now. I hope you were listening in class. And I'm like, wow. I kind of only realized it was that kind of game as I got further into it, which I enjoy. Right. Now I know it's that game, I've kind of got a different mindset. I'm playing it. It is this kind of music that's just kind of like light sort of jazz interwoven with all of Persona 5. Oh yeah, the cat tells you to go to bed. Like, oh, go to bed, you're sleeping. Fuck you! It does feel like being an actual teenager. I mean, not a teenager, but it does feel actually like being in school, and that you're like, I want to do everything, and you're like, you gotta go to bed, you gotta be up in the morning, go to school, and I don't want to. I don't want to. One of the things, so you pick up armor when you're out, but the armor's dirty. You can't do anything with it, but you can turn it into something semi-useful if you go and wash it. So like after school, you can just be like, I got a call in that video game, right? Like school finished, and I got a call from my friend being like, hey, do you want to hang out? Do you want to go to an arcade? And I declined because I instead wanted to go and do laundry at the local laundromat. So I went home and I took my laundry to the laundromat and I did my laundry. And then I went home and I did my homework. And silly. It's so nothing. But it's just, there's something, I don't know, it's so quaint about that. I enjoy a video game that I'm just absolutely reveling in the monotony and the mundanity of it. Maybe not the monotony, but the mundanity definitely. I'm reveling. Enjoy it. No other game even gives you that choice. A lot of games like have mundane bits, but it's never like a choice. It's like, oh, we're doing this bit now. I'm like, okay. Whereas Persona 5 is like, you could, if you so desire, go and play video games. And I'm like, oh, yeah, or of course. I'm like, you can choose. Oh yeah, I've heard Pokemon has classes that you can take, which I haven't done yet, which I was planning to. I figure I'm kind of started getting to a point in it, because early in the game, it's just like I just had a strong Pokemon, just, you know, go into a battle and be like, oh, Pokemon, I hit him. I'm kind of getting to a point in the game where the battles are getting more complicated. Properly more complicated, where you need to think about what you're doing, and plan, have a bit more synergization, or synergize a bit more, you know, and have kind of have more interesting attacks and stuff. I've started like I'm getting to harder levels, and I'm kind of going into battles, being like, wee, and I'm losing all my battles. Game's got harder, and I have not learned anything. Admittedly, the game did say I could learn those things, and I didn't choose to, and I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know, fucking stupid. Oh, shit! Shit, now I'll get to use my shutters, finally! The first things I built were these shutters. And now I finally get to do them. Hey. Admittedly, putting these pieces in if the glue wasn't dry would be really difficult, but maybe it was a good time to dry. Poo-pooed that suggestion now. It's possible. E38 and B25. 38. B25. Ah, they were these ones, weren't they? Yes, all of them. You could go to Disneyland. You could literally. Yeah, because you could just go and eat a burger. You could go and take the burger eating challenge at the burger place, and you're just like, oh, you can eat all the burger, and I'm like, what the bizarre? It's such a bizarre little. I was gonna say bizarre little game. It's not a little big game. It's so odd. Very Japanese. You would not get a game like that out of a Western studio. You would not. It's kind of annoying because I would totally play a game like that. Something I kind of wanted in Watch Dogs Legion was the ability to do the monotony that they, like, you know, your operatives were off doing stuff when you weren't playing as them. Like, they were like, oh, we're going to work or whatever. And I desperately wanted to be able to do that. I want to be able to play as them while just going about their business. Ah! Fanny bombs. That's properly broken piece, that is. Spares for me either. Put it back together. I like that my hands look progressively more fucked up than ever. I got my hands looking. Yeah, they've given spare pieces for. It says spare parts for B25 right there. Oh, glad I fucking noticed that. That's not B25. These are B60. Not B25. B25 are these ones here. There are spares for you. That's why they weren't fitting. They're slightly different size. And this has 8, no, 7. Oh. I've given the spares for these. There we go. Oh shit, I'm doing a Dutch angle. Quick. But I was thinking, right, because I want to do a. I want to do a series. I really like doing a Fallout 4 series. Respawn, and everyone liked it, and I really enjoyed doing it. It's kind of a win-win. It was easy to stream. It was really fun to stream. I really enjoyed playing it, and it was working really well as a stream. And it consistently got a lot of people coming and liking it, and it's just like, oh, it's thank you, Andy. And I want to do something like that again, like a new series on a like an RPG style game. And oh my god, literally, that's just a small detail going through it. All that is an accent that you can see from underneath. Add a little bit of visual complexity to it. That is an unnecessary amount of detail. Delightful. Ah! I moved that slightly and it just came out. Okay. Oh, it wants me to put the tree in. The tree that I fucked up. Oh, I got this. It wasn't supposed to. For those who don't know, this tray, there's like 2 bits I put on, and it's the exact same part, right? And I thought they were meant to be together to give it a 3D effect, but they're not. They're meant to be off-center to give it a bit more depth. And I fucked it up. Completely fucked it. To go there. Down. This wants to go there. Glue that on. Just here. These lines indicate where I should be gluing. Glue here. It's holding a fairly weighty thing, and it's the only thing holding it. It's not pegged in or anything. Unique pieces like that just takes a base but multiple. Yeah, genuinely, this is really good. I like this a lot. Nara piece for it. I'd be happy for it. Be more happy than I got it for you. Done that. 14. Blue one. Weird that this one's only held on with blue. Nothing else is held on with blue aside from like the air conditioner. Alright, all the I suppose all of these are held on by blue, but that's quite heavy. We're able to one big flower. Flower or petal? Blue. Hey Matt, this is just for you being easy. What time to rewatch the podcast? Grab people. Yeah. Oh shit! Oh my god! Recorded a podcast? Oh my god! John hasn't talked to me about it. Neither's Daniel, so we've all forgotten about it. Yeah, we should have done that fucking ages ago. Shit! Yeah, it's supposed to release the first Monday of the month, so it's supposed to release publicly on the 5th. So it should have went out to Patreon a week ago. But, whoops! Thank you for reminding me in a roundabout way. Well, I'll get on that. Oh, now I want to screw bits in. I think we're all off. It's kind of delayed. Kind of delayed on a bunch of stuff at the moment. Don't screw it too lightly. That's the first time I've gotten a warning of make sure not to under tighten. For over tightening. Oh, you know what? I'll use the tiny screwdriver. I'll use the tiny. let's just use what came in the kit, eh? For legitimacy's sake. I'll say that. I'm gonna use definitely gonna. Ah! I'm definitely gonna use wiring long. Although it looks like a nice little what those black things are. Electrical plaster tape things. It will do with that. I like my heat shrink tube, and damn it, I kind of like any reason to use it. Any reason to get the fucking heat going out, I'll take. You know. You want to be. Right, Spruce. Oh my god. What other stream is fucking absolute cunt? Who else is casually saying cunt like that? Just me. Why am I tying it? I'm fucking tying it. Those windows look really good. This looks really good. I mean, I'm really happy with how this looks. Got a simple little effect to just really make it pop. Basically, they're doing this a lot of just flat wooden laser cut pieces as well. It's been like none of these are stickers. It's either printed on printed pieces or flat laser cut. Not really well designed. I'm pleasantly surprised by how. Hey, Boom Prayer! You missed an exciting screw! You're not going to miss this part? Could you imagine, right, missing such an exciting moment of the stream? It's just the exhilaration is just overwhelming. Like, oh, you missed it, you see. Shit, oh, it's tense now. Really made it. Really good. Good nose. Oh. He's got it in. Oh, has it? Oh, no, he didn't. Oh, he thought he had, but it was a ruse, and he finally got there. Oh, shit. That was a tense moment. Everyone. Oh. Almost an epic failure. Got there in the end. You're watching Matt in the Morning. Matt in the Technically, well, technically this morning. Oh, it is. I mean, just for context, these are going to go together later. Oh, look at that! Oh, that looks so good. That looks so good. Ah. background. It's very cute. It's very nice. Very thoughtfully made thing. F50. Let's put a big piece out. G. This. F15, D37. Little thing. What's the star? Oh, one. Just the door handle. It's literally just a door handle. Door handle. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of bits and pieces that are falling out that are just I'm losing track of now. That's gonna bite me eventually. F14. Right. 15, 16. 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh! Oh, it's part of this. This upper window just completely comes out. This end looks fucking Lego stickers as well. Top tip for Lego stickers, by the way. Use the Lego separator. Put it on the back of the Lego separator. Very D39, D38. Back of Lego separator. Like, say this is like a separator. It's not. Let's say it's about like a separator. That bit. Stick it like onto the flat bit that you would use to put onto like that, and then place it like stuck to that just slightly, and then you place it gently down. It's a really good way to line it up. Really good way. Oh. What? Oh my god. E39 is this whole thing, but just the door, and then it's got D38. There's spare D38, and D38 is just this single little fucking, I think it's effectively a door handle, which it gives you 3 spares of because it's so tiny. It wants me to glue it onto there as an actual door handle. Pop out, these are the windows that pop out. I like how they've put pieces, small pieces, into other pieces to make it as dense as possible. It's all very clever. I'm genuinely quite impressed with how well thought out this is. I was kind of expecting something like this to be a bit cheaply done, but it's been done with a lot of care. A lot of care and attention. The whole thing, the way the instructions are very good. These are the best building instructions that I've used from something that isn't Lego. Every fucking building is shite. Stuff like that. Oh, always shite. Always one of the big things about Lego that makes it especially unique. It's just them being very, very good. Door frame. At instructions. Very clear, and these are being very clear. Very, very clear. Some ways they're being more clear than a lot of Lego. That's all. Dab of glue. The door now. Very. J1. J. Oh, it's the clear bit. I've only used it once before on the train. Window. What is the window? J1. Doesn't the Lego Builder app now use it? I don't know. That's never the problem with the Lego instructions. The problem, if I ever have a problem with Lego instructions, usually if they've kind of told me to do something twice and I haven't noticed. That's the common one. Right. Figuring out which side that is a bit awkward. glue. Don't need super glue. I've got 2 Lego sets that I've got to build. I don't keep Lego sets like that. Okay, I'm building. I've got 2. I've got one that I bought, and one that I got. One that Daniel gave me for my birthday, which was in July. Which was the Camaro. I've got a BD1. I'm really excited to build a BD1. BD1 is my favorite Star Wars robot. A little disappointed it's not BD1. When I played Jedi Fallen Order, I gave him the BD1 skin, which is yellow and black, so he looks like a B. I like him. Favorite boy. I gave him I normally did that. The reason I haven't is, well, there's 2 reasons I haven't. A, I've not had a chance. Literally not had a chance. I could have done that. I could have. This is the first time I've had a chance to do stuff like this. But I chose to do this instead. It felt different. I wanted something a little different. It's a little more interesting. Delicate. That's going. I thought it might need to do it. I'm doing some shelves, so. But the second big reason, I've got nowhere to put them. I did read on my office. Shelves proper. What if I read on shelves proper? That's what I designs on. Windowsill? Making a tiny little windowsill. They bothered to cut into it to give it a bit of like a slightly worn windowsill. Very mild weathering effect. $17. Spares, yes. Spares for the. I love it saying that you get spare parts when the spares. You know, break it. And they've done that for little, really delicate little parts as well. Like, that's a really good attention to detail. That's really nice. You can, yeah. Just so fucking. Interesting on these little bolts holding it up. What neat. I'm glad this is something I've seen in an Instagram ad that is actually really good. A lot of stuff is a bit of a, not a scam, but definitely a bit of a, they're egging it up for the camera. So I'm pleasantly surprised that this is a lot higher quality than I would have expected. Well done. I might see what their mini doll houses are like. I know you're supposed to pay for them. Oh, I didn't put this up when I made it. Ones that require paint. Ah! No. I cannot. No. I don't know. I don't know if I'd ever buy this as a generic gift. And when it was being sold in utility, it was like, oh, a gift for everyone. Like, yeah, it's a gift for your mom or your gift for whatever, right? And I don't know if I see that. I feel it's too fiddly, I think, to be D16. It's too fiddly to I think for most people they wouldn't bother. Yeah. 9. I like building stuff. I like intricate little things. I have tweezers. I'm doing this on an electronics workbench with lots of small tools. I know a lot of people barely have the patience to do Lego. You think, right? I think if you gave this to your mum, it feels like a gift a lot of people will get. I go, oh, that's fun, and then never build. Frame on. Frame on, and then it wants this. bought my mum her first Lego set. I bought her the LTR submarine set. That's a nice little set. That feels. That's a nice set. It's a good display piece. Simple enough. He liked it. I ended up getting her the Friends one later. Big Friends fan. She also really. She did build the full Friends set. It took her ages, but she did it. Oh. The dry's clear, but I'm just trying to get off any just sticky out bits of excess that are going to be like bobbly. Yeah. Oh! Cat. Ow! Cat. Oh, he's a good little boy. And then the cat goes on the windowsill. Oh. Okay, it's getting me to make the same style of windows I made earlier, but just with this kind of hatched piece versus this sort of straight piece. So any argument from earlier about letting them set is out the fucking window because it's making me do this and install them immediately. So I don't not know why the other ones didn't have me do them in first. They could have had me done them now. It's just that one is really genuinely very confusing to me. I don't know. What to ask them? Where are they based? They're a Japanese company, or they're a British company, American company, French? Like, hello. Why is the order of this weird? Please explain to me. Can I speak to your designer? I'm just really curious. It's not for any actual reason, but I'm just curious. Damp glue all around the edge. Actually, if I can make one complaint, this glue dispenser's a bit too not thin enough. The spout needs to be thinner because when it's like, apply a dab of glue to this edge bit, almost impossible to do without getting any overlap. Just to get enough out for it to actually come. It's quite thick. It's a thick glue. I've got a lot of glue left. Why is the second? Why is there his? I bought an Epidemic sound specifically so I could play their little jazz players. And they were shit. And then I bought another place I could play the jazz players, and they were shit. And I'm using the free Twitch one, and it's honestly the least shit of all. It's still pretty shit. Admittedly, I'm not even sure why I'm just using the Twitch soundtrack when I could just be using, you know, my normal music library. Yeah, they'll mute in the VOD, but if I use the VOD track and just play my fucking icons library, it gives me real music. Good on. It's weird salsa. Jazz fusion. Okay. Yeah, and install them immediately. Like, why couldn't I do this the other ones? Why? I want to see it from a certain angle. Eat the cheese. We're approaching any natural stop point. Nearer to the end. Yeah, in a couple of pages, you're placing the train down. How this is going to be laid out. That is going to be over here. Oh look, like that little path how the cat's got in here as well. That sort of little ledge thing. And then train will go back here. Be nice. Really nice. Oh, 4 hours. I think I'm actually going to finish up here because this next bit, it's making a roof. I'm making an awning. And I'm attaching some stuff to the awning. Then I'm making windows for the upper floor. Then I make an awning for the upper floor. Then I do some stuff on the side. And then I attach it to the base, which is in a while. Doctor. Right. Oh, that's the on-off switch. Oh, wait, what? Really? Wait a minute. Wait. Oh, that's nice. So how the power switch works. How the power switch works. not a physical little switch, it's induction based. So this that literally screws into that, like that, and then just tapping that bit of the wood will turn it on and off. Oh, that's very nice. Oh, so much care is important to just where it's going to be wired and where the battery's going to live and how you're going to turn it on and off easily and very like smoothly. Oh, that's lovely. That. Oh, that's bloody lovely. We'll do more of that tomorrow. This is taking longer than I expected. Which admittedly is not that surprising, but still, it's taking longer than I'm gonna finish up now. Banging out. Thanks, gonna go. Thanks for hanging out. I'll do another one of these because I'll finish it off in the next stream. I can finish it off in one more stream, I think. I'm close to the finish line, really. I have to finish that last I have to finish this last wall, and then kind of assemble it all together and the wiring, and that'll be done, and it'll look fucking cracking, absolutely cracking. All the glue should dry by tomorrow as well. So nice. Yeah, I'll finish that off. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna put. I turned to my left where my actual computer thing is, and all those Star Trek ships are just haphazardly strewn all over my desk. Didn't want to have to carry them all the way back while I was midstream. Great, good job, Matt. I'm gonna do that now. There we go. I'm gonna go eat dinner. Nice hanging out. Glad you like the things. I know they're very quiet. I know they're not very engaging, and I know they're very dull. But I like the calm vibe. Anyway, bye.